to stay within, again, the confinements of the rules, right? The rules of engagement, right? Stay in your lane, right? Now we can get out our lane sometime, and that's fine, right? Because momentum moments happen when markets are basically what? It's a free fall, right? There's no, there's no somewhat, guideline within that besides playing the price action, right? Which is a form of a trend, right? A trend value at that moment, right? Because the stock is trending, obviously it's people buying it, they're excited about it, right? For whatever the case. So that's, again, to me, that's a part of just knowing how to also move within that spectrum, because if not, you can also come in at the top, right? You can come in when it's getting ready to drop, all that kind of stuff. You're like, man, I missed the show. Yeah, that's a sucky feeling, right? You buy movies, tickets to go to the movies or whatever, and you come literally when the credits are rolling, like that'll suck, right? It's like, man, right? And chances are you don't get a refund, right? Same way with a bad stock position, right? You don't get a refund. Once you hit that buy button, it's game on. That means you're responsible for that opportunity, one way or the other, right? No one else is held accountable for that besides you. Even if someone gave you a tip, right? Even if someone said, hey man, you might want to look at this, you still have to be competent enough to do your own diligence to, make sure that you feel comfortable, convicted in your own right to also, say, okay, I take responsibility for this trade, however it's going to go, right? Because if not, you'll find yourself trying to, pass the buck, pass the blame, et cetera, and that'll never be good for you being able to establish, your own niche, or your own, criteria of understanding how markets work, right? All right. So let me get this out of the way. Sorry about that. All right. So tonight's topic, guys, again, and trust me when I say this, I'm not going to be on crazy long. We're going to hit these points and we're going to get at it. Then I'm going to get out you guys' hair. Then what I want to do is try to do another one either Saturday evening or Sunday, right? So that way we can kind of do a little catch up a little bit from the time I was away. All right. So tonight's topic, again, is, trends, trend lines, and trend channels, right? And then, spotting opportunity, right? And that be long or short, because, we're not, we're unidirectional over here, right? Right. We go both sides, right? We bipolar, I should say that, right? We trade both sides of the markets, right? Because we're just looking for opportunity. And that's, again, speaking more to the trend trader, the swing trader, quote unquote, the day trader. But as an investor, of course, you're thinking long term, right? No one has a long term short thesis, right? If that makes sense, unless this is a company that's headed for the flames, right? Headed for the graveyard, right? The boneyard, right? Scrap yard or whatever. Then yeah, you can stay short of stock a long time. Of course, you have to pay those borrow fees if you're obviously doing common share shorts or naked short. If not, then the most universal way to short a stock long term is to do what? All right, and that's a question too. All right, what's the best form of being able to trade a stock long term short to the downside? What's the best strategy you would use? Anybody? All right, brother Ghost Ackerman, he said option puts. All right, he's 100% correct. Right, we all understand that. Everybody understand that reality.
Yes, sir.
We all clear with that. Everybody understand that. So, because we can buy what is it called when you buy a put longer, let's say longer than a month, 2 months, 3 months. What is that called? What strategy is that?
Long put.
That's the value of it. What's the technical term they want?
A long put.
You're selling puts.
No, this is when you just buying the put outright, like a premium, like you buying premium outright.
Oh, okay.
Directional bias put. But
okay,
when you buy for extended longer time, what is that strategy called? Or it's an aspect of a strategy. It's called. Brother Ackerman has already put it in the chat, but I want to make sure get you guys excited.
Long call.
Y'all got the
leap. Yeah.
There you go.
Leap,
there you go. It's coming out now. It's called the what? Somebody said it. It's what?
Leap.
A leap, right? You're buying a leap put, right? Y'all understand what a leap put is, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
And if you don't, let's discuss it, right? Everybody know what a leap is, right?
Yes,
Anybody
sir.
not sure what that is?
Yes.
Everybody understands what it is, right?
Yep.
All right. So that being, again, that's putting some duration on that opportunity, essentially, right? You're saying, I'm gonna give it a, 3 months to 6 months, a year, 2 years, right? There's leaps that go out to 2023 right now, right? Now, again, think about the conviction. You have to have the shorter stock for that length of time, right? You're kind of assessing yourself that this stock is at the top or nearest top, regardless of the fact that it may go up a little bit, pull back a little bit, go up a little bit, but you're not worried about that, right? Because you feel like ultimately the trend is still to the what? To the downside. Make sense? Right? And so you have to have the conviction and the nerves, right, to say, I'm gonna sit through that until it breaks, right? That's important, right? Because it's easy to get shaken out of a trade sometimes when you feel like, it may not be producing when exactly you want it to produce for you. You know what I'm saying? We all been there, right? It happens. You're like, man, this stock ain't moving fast enough for me right now. I need to go and cut up out of here. I could be using this money in something else, right? But upon taking that trade, you already should be under the mindset that you already understand that, right? You already know that this is a moment where you're gonna have to kind of give it a little time to work its way through, right? Let the exhaustion of buyers work themselves through it. Let any particular catalyst that you're thinking that's going to also add fire or fuel to that fire for the stock to pull back, to start to work its way through the system, right? It's like a company that has a biotech stock, like for example, I trade a lot of them early on in my career, and they have a PDUFA date coming up, right? Or AdCom, basically, right? When they do this kind of like pre-board, pre-screening of the particular drug or therapy, whatever, with this preliminary, board advisory of CDC people, FDA, all mixed into one, doctors, whatever, military, whatever, and they just kind of given a pre-screening of potential, ability of the stock of the drug or something being approved by the actual, FDA, right? And the stock might have been in phase 2, maybe going into phase 1, whatever. But there was always questions about, the drug to a degree, right? There's things that coming out throughout their trials that made it seem like, okay, this ain't always, this ain't all together quite. Right? Or it could go either way in a sense where you say if they go before AdCom board, or they might get rejected, right? They get what they call a CRL letter, right? That's the worst thing that can happen, right? For your stock. Matter of fact, I think a company today ended up having a problem like that. What was that? I had to pull it up, but it dropped like 70%. I'm pretty sure y'all saw it this morning, probably on Webull, right? Some of the biggest losers, right? But it was down like 70%, right? So it basically fell from like 20 some odd dollars, and it was trading around about $7 during the pre-market.
Excuse me, Olga. Somebody got background in there. We could barely hear you.
Oh my, okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like
If you guys,
okay,
I got you. Yeah, so just in case, guys, if you have a little background on it, but of course, this is training time, so just heads up. But good look out, Sonny. But this definitely is a workshop moment, so we understand. You got family, you got kids, so if you do have your mic open, that's fine. In that perspective. But if y'all can, just as long as y'all can hear me clearly, that's great. I want to make sure. So let me cut my mic up a little bit, just in case too. Because how it is, we're on family time right now a little bit with some people now. We want to make sure we still get some of this information in. All right. Is it better though, as far as the sounds? It louder?
Oh yeah, you definitely clear.
It's a little bit more okay. All right. So again, that's what we're going to speak on a little bit here this evening. Again, trends, trend lines, and trend channels. Right. The importance of those things, especially right now in this marketplace, right? Because matter of fact, let's go straight to the charts here, and we may do some, some background, definitive values of what those are. Now, if I was to ask you guys basically what is a trend, right? A basic understanding of what trends are, then you guys would say, what is a trend to you all? What does a trend mean to you all?
Overall direction.
Overall direction. Okay. Now this is strictly synonymous to just societal values of trends, right? It's not even really dealing with markets in this perspective, right? But just the idea of what is a trend, right? Right. Not city trends, right? Not city trends, right? Some of y'all are like, oh yeah, city trend, right? But no, the idea of trend. What does a trend mean? What is it? What is a trend?
In my opinion, the trend would be the The act of following.
Okay, the act of following, right? Anybody else want to add to that? I mean, he's definitely right, right? Anybody else?
The direction,
Say again.
the direction,
So just direction, just period,
the
direction, period.
direction of the price,
Right. And this is strictly not
the
just stocks
overall
right now.
direction
When
of
we're
a
saying
market or
trends, hold up. This is not just about
okay.
the stock. This is just the ideal of what does trend mean.
Oh, something
And
that
then we're
we
gonna get into
follow.
that too,
Yes.
though. Right. So you say following as well,
Okay. An idea that can be followed.
right?
Yeah,
An
an
idea,
idea that can be followed is like a trend
right? So an idea that could be followed, right?
that can
Right.
be followed.
Right. Agreed. Anybody else want to jump in
I
there?
have to follow it.
You're 100% right. 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 Anybody else want to add to that? Anybody want to put some icing on the cake too, and before we slam that thing in it, in the refrigerator.
Usually directional.
Right. Just ideal of just direction. Right. Just the ideal of direction. Right. Our brother Ghost Alchemist said something that is popular. Right. Right. See, y'all getting there. Right now, y'all getting there. Right. Something that's popular. Right. Because most people be like, the congeniality of things, right? The popular value that makes people, get excited about it, right? If somebody else excited about it, they get excited about it. For some reason, it's human condition, right? Right? It's like when somebody's winning, you feel like you're part of that with them sometimes, right? And so you root for them, or you feel like you want to be in that position to do just that, so you can feel like a winner, right? Twitter, right? Twitter has a thing on their platform that says what? These are the topics that are what for the day? Trending, right? And within those things, right? Within those buzzwords, catchword phrases, whatever they may be, videos, whatever, that mean they're garnering a lot of what? Attention, right? They're garnering views, they're garnering, whatever the case, right? They're trending, right? That's this whole societal thing now that that's a part of our lexicon. Like, people talk, you trending, that means you must be popular, right? It must be, there's something must have happened. Make sense? Well, that same energy is also ubiquitous to what? To the markets, right? Because when things trend in the market, what happens? Chances are, the direction is going to be what? Expansive. Would y'all agree with that? Right? You're going to have some expansion in that moment when something is trending.
Yeah.
Right, up or down, one or the other. It ain't gonna be trending. It's going sideways. I can guarantee you that. If it's trending, then that means somebody what? Someone's buying it, right? Or someone's what? Shorting it. You with me there? Right.
Uptrend,
Right.
downtrend.
Uptrend, downtrend. See, there we go. See that trend word, right? So that's the topic, right? It's like the letter of the day is T. The Elmo, the letter of the day. Y'all got kids? Don't come for me now. Y'all know idea. You got to watch them Sesame Street sometime. But the letter of the day or the word of the day is trend, right? So it's uptrend, downtrend, right? You don't have neutrality trend when there's again a trending topic or a trending stock or a trending news reel or something that's causing markets to be what? Expansive, right? So when we say expansive or expansion, right, we're talking about of course, convergence, and then what? What's the opposite of convergence?
Expansion.
What's the opposite of convergence?
Divergence.
Divergence, right? So divergence is what?
Moving
Separation.
away.
Separation, right? That means you separate from a
Okay.
deviation, right? We like to say standard deviations. You separate from the deviation, right? The mean, right? From a channel or within a somewhat, we call it the gun line, right? Tell them about the gun line, boss, right? You separate from that gun line, right? Again, up or down. All that is in relation to the what? To the trend, the trending topic, and also the trend what? Inside of that moment before it diverged, the stock may be in a moment of what? Consolidation, accumulation, right? That is also called the what? We're still on the trend scenario, so it's also called the what?
With the channel?
Say again.
The channel?
What kind of channel?
Oh, well, a consolidating channel?
No, you're right with the channel, but we still on that word, right? That word that precedes
Trend?
it, right? The prefix here is what? Starts with the T.
Trending channel.
Right.
Trend
Trending. There you go.
channel?
Trend
Oh,
channel,
okay.
right? That's terminology, right? That's jargon. That's our lexicon. That's market understanding, right? What is a trend?
Okay.
A trend channel, right? There's a trend, and then there's also a channel, right? Y'all heard like, okay, it's in the trend, right? And when they say the trend is your friend, everybody's heard that
Yes.
term before, right? Right. We all
Absolutely.
familiar with that, right? I know this is kind of elementary for some of y'all, but say again. She mic was up. Okay, so yeah, so that's important, right? No, it's okay. It's okay. It's training time. We good. That's important though, right? Because in you knowing the importance of that, what is a trend channel? What is a trend band, right? That gives you context to what the stock may or may not be or how it's performing within that structure, right? Before it breaks, right? Again, it's the uptrending inside of it, is it downtrending inside of it, right? Or is it breaking out of that, that trend channel, right? Establishing a new one, right? And in this case, if we have divergence and it's a good trend, right? Because most times when things are trending in the markets, it could be bad trends too, right? Again, bad news happens all the time, right? Dilution and failed FDA, submission or anything could happen, right? Bad drug or something like that, right? Loss of contract or something, whatever the case, where it may affect the stock in some kind of form, value, right? Positive or negative, because again, in markets, trend value, it doesn't have a right or wrong, tinge or thesis to it. It's just that, what's garnering attention, right? What's popular in the markets at that moment. Make sense? So we have a lot of things at our disposal to help us kind of find out what's going on in the market sometime, right? Early in the morning, you wake up, you start doing your rounds. Okay, what's trending, right? What's popular, what's moving in the pre-markets, right? You first thing you look at, okay, what's pre-market, movers to the upside, and what are the ones that are selling off, right? Those are things that are trending for their own value, for whatever reason. That's what's happening in that moment. Make sense? So all those things help you shape a mental thesis on terms of how you decide, okay, what's most popular within that aspect or array of stocks that may be diverging for some odd reason, again, either running up or selling off, right? And then from there you can somewhat dissect which ones seem to be the most favorable for you that you may want to trade, or whatever, right? But it's important because it ain't hard to be able to kind of spot or recognize or pick up on what's trending in markets just by way of maybe you may be in a group, Discord room, whatever. Somebody might be talking about a stock. Now, it may be a personal stock that they like, or it might be one that just actually is really trending. And so it's getting everybody else's attention. Why? Because you saw it somewhere else. Another person saw it maybe in another forum, or maybe they saw some news on it or something. And everybody now is talking about that stock, in tandem, right? In unison. Like, yeah, I saw it too. I saw some of the news on it too. I saw it in the pre-market movers and losers and all this, whatever. That's markets, right? That's trend value for us, right? That's our aspect of Twitter trending, right? When it's something that's popular in a way where you're saying, okay, I might can benefit off this, right? One way or the other in terms of its divergence, right? Meaning if there's still meat left on the bone, because some things that happen so quickly and abruptly when they make their move, if you're not somewhat close to it at that moment, and it makes such a, let's say, egregious move in any direction, it may kind of already be at its pivot point, right? It's going to probably reverse at some point, give you a little, maybe a dead cat bounce, maybe a trend back down, but it's not, a whole lot of meat left on the bone. Not always, but that's how sometimes people look at it. So you have to be quick on the draw a little bit, right? But that's a part of what makes this great, because we're privy to this stuff. We're privy to the news. We're privy to the information. We're privy to the opportunity, all right? Because that's a part of what we're talking about this evening too, right? Trends, trend lines, trend channels, and spotting opportunity, right? That's that kind of back end to the trend lines, and trend channel. You have to spot that opportunity. Does that make sense? You have to be patient enough, and you have to be searching, right? As they say, diligence, persistence and patience at the same time. but that's what it requires, right? To catch these trending opportunities when they happen, right? Now, that's more of a day trader's energy, of course, granted, or you maybe the swing trader, right? But in most cases, again, even when we spoke about earlier with the ideal of buying leaps, right? The ideal of buying a leap put, right? If it is something that's of that magnitude of bad news or bad value for the company where they're going to lose a lot of their revenue, right? It's going to disrupt their business in some kind of way, right? Again, imagine if you are, let's say you are in the business of diamond rings. The mine that you was mining your diamonds is out of either get shut down or something happen from a natural disaster and disrupts your whole entire business, right? Your whole entire operation. So in that moment, whatever you have, what they call in-house and in stock, that's all you have to work with going forward, unless you find another buyer that you might can contract in or whatever, or a buyer that you can buy at a higher price. But at that moment, your whole environment just been kind of went down in the drain, right? So whatever you have from that point going forward in terms of revenue generating, items, it's on borrowed time, right? And so a person will say, okay, well, this is not good. Shareholders like, oh, this definitely ain't good. We don't have anything else in our pipeline. This is all we have. Then a person thinking, okay, well, they're in trouble. I'm finna buy me some leap puts on them and just watch this thing slowly degrade, right? Watch it slowly, downtrend until they figure it out, or they end up, going under and bankrupt. I've seen that happen in a lot of these companies, like oil companies, miners, right? That's dealing with precious metals. They lose a mining contract. It's a wrap, right? They're living, day to day, literally by their operations, right? Excuse me. So that's important too. And some of you guys like, yeah, we are. We know this stuff, Brother Africa Poor. Some of you guys may be still new to it, and that's great because you still got to make sure that these things are, again, on your foremost focal point every day when you're going into the market, when you're trying to find you an opportunity, right? And right now, I'm saying that because what's hot right now in the press in terms of the markets. What season are we in right now? What season is it right now in the markets?
Earnings.
Earnings season, right? Brother Ghost
Yes,
on it,
sir.
Brother Rich on it, right? Y'all, everybody understand that? Which quarter are we in terms of our earnings?
Third quarter.
We're in the third quarter, right?
Yes, sir.
Again, think about a football game. Third quarter is sometimes the most important quarter, even though you think about the first and the fourth, right? But how important is that third quarter? Because third quarter is basically designed for you to what? You to maintain, right? If at that point, if you up, third quarter is about playing some really good some really good defense, right?
Yep.
Protect, the lead. You with
For
me?
the fourth.
For that fourth, right? And then,
Yes, sir.
they throw in the fourth quarter, they throw it in the four fingers,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
That means, that in that moment, that's what the four fingers start trending, right? Everybody in the stand, throw it the four finger. They start saying that, whoa, right? Everybody get fired up, right? Right? Because that means you have to go hard that last quarter, either to defend or to obviously expand your lead if you can, right? But you don't want to do nothing crazy if you got lead, because the name of the game is what? Winning. All right.
Conserve your money.
Conserve your money, right? Conserve your energy, conserve your money. That's the same thing in a trade. It's the same thing. You all then been up in a trade at some point, if you trade paper trading or just live trade with money. And then the first thing you tell yourself when you get to a certain amount, you tell yourself, oh, I think I can get a little more, right? And you're like, okay, well, I don't want to give back what I've already got, right? So you got to play offense and defense at the same time. That's when you need to be at your most focused moment in that moment, right? Because if not, then you could risk giving it back, right? You could risk potentially, if not giving all of it back, even taking an L, right? You can go under, right? All right. So you have to decide in that moment when is enough too, right? You have to have that kind of level of discipline to say, okay, I'm looking for this amount or whatever, this, that, and the third, and then you act on it, right? So a lot of that is, again, within that framework of understanding the rules of engagement, but the trend aspect of that is you also learning how to, conduct yourself in a way where you stay within trend value in terms of your goals, your discipline, right? Again, your methodology, of course, to be able to get in and out of stocks because you might have found something that was trending. You might have looked up something that had, earnings or something that obviously showed a favorable opportunity for whatever value, and then you took advantage of it, right? That's markets. That's markets, right? So it's important to realize that and understand the importance of that. So, matter of fact, today, just off the top, what were some of the most trending stocks in the market today, right? If we had to maybe pick let's say the top within the top 5, right? And it could be whatever y'all might have saw, whatever. But what were some of the top trending stocks in the market today? Anybody?
Cryptocurrency, Shibu,
All right, you just talking about like
Microsoft,
for
Apple.
just assets, period. All right. So
Yeah.
we'll say Shibu, right? It's still an asset, so
Yeah.
but just stocks in general, or it could be assets. We'll just use that blanket. Anything else?
Tesla.
Somebody say Tesla. All right. So Tesla was trending today, right? All right. And we'll get into that. So we're gonna keep that mental note. So we're gonna say Shibu I knew, right? Somebody said Tesla. I think Brother Ghost put in the chat. Lucid, right? He put in Lucid.
Okay, Ford was banging today.
All right, so Ford was banking, right? So we got Ford, Lucid, Shiba Inu, and Tesla. Anybody else? Somebody else put in FSR. Brother Brandon put in MA, so MasterCard, right? Right. So we're about 5 or 6 of them right there.
Sheba went
Yeah.
down today.
Say again.
Sheba went down today.
So Shiba Inu went down. All right.
Yeah, it went down today.
Neo.
Now, interesting enough, even with that, Brother Sonny, right? It pulling back today. Did it call? Well, the fact that it pulled back from after a meteoric rise, would that cause it to trend as well?
It causes a trend. So, I actually create my own words, so you're gonna have to excuse me. So
everything is fair game here. It's
yeah.
good.
Well, it causes a trend. So when I first started playing with that, it was based on me practicing the up and down trend. I was going to mention that earlier when you had when you were talking about trends stand basically sideways, right?
Right,
That's
neutrality.
at a neutral stage, right? And so I once you guys put that RSI and that MACD in my face, I've been loving it ever since. So I've been using that. I was gonna say that if anybody doesn't know how to actually do it, you can use the Shiba for practice because it's so accurate with going up and down right now because everybody that knows about the market and doesn't know about the market is jumping in and out. You get what I'm saying? So it's easy for you to actually practice reading the RSI and the MACD at the same time and actually dictating how the market is going to work. So it's an easier step in the process. And if you're actually using your cash, it's on the position where you can make some money right now, just watching it.
All right, so good. So that's a good synopsis. So here's what's great about that. So putting that into context in terms of Shiba Inu today, right? Because this is the current event moment, right? Because we talk about what's trending, right? So let me ask you this. So in that regard, when we say that Shiba Inu was trending today as well, right? Even though the stock was doing what? Was it divert? It was diverging from its peak, right?
It diverted from its peak.
And which way did it go from there? Which way did it go?
It went down.
All right, so that means it was in what kind of trend?
The downtrend.
And because it was in a downtrend from off its peak, right? Its pivot point or its peak to trough perspective, it caused a lot of attention. Because why? Because a lot of people probably bought at the what?
I don't
The
know.
high.
They bought at the high. They bought at the top, right? So when people are losing money, they do what? They talk about it, right? They profess their frustration. Make sense? We've been there before, right? You hear about it, and then it becomes a trending topic. You with me? Because guess what? We make money on both sides, right? Going up and going down, right? So why that person may be frustrated because they bought the top, right? And they posting all over Discord, Twitter, stock Twitter, wherever they can post about someone that said, "Oh, okay, Oh, it's pulling back. Oh, these people over here going crazy because the stock must okay, or this asset pulling back, the token pulling back. Let me go see if I can short it, right? And then guess what? You know, that becomes somebody else's what? Treasure, right? So that trash moment for that person who bought at the top, that person comes in to short it, that becomes their treasure, right? Because they got tipped on the idea that it was trending topic, because it's been a trending token, a trending asset for the longest here recently. They come in and what not benefit off the backside of it on the way coming back down. Make sense? So that helps you, and I'm saying all this for a reason. It helps you stay neutral in your biases when it comes to these assets, because everybody likes a winner, right? But you know, rarely do a person win every single time, right? Right? They may be consistent, right? Floyd Mayweather style, right? Stick and move, right? But at some point, you know, anybody could take an L, right? And in that moment, you have to be willing to accept that as a part of what the framework of what it takes to be market ready. That's a term actually. People say market. You got to be market ready. You got to be, you know, controlled enough to realize that there's different layers to this game. Right? It's not just up. It's not just down. Right? It's neutrality. Right? It's uptrend, downtrend. It's you know, there's different layers to the opportunity. What we say. So that's why we say spotting the opportunity when the trend presents itself. So when Shiba Inu was pulling back today, it was downtrending. Right? It was trending and downtrending in the same time. Right? Other stocks might have been what uptrending. Right? I think somebody mentioned one of them was Lucid. Right? Y'all familiar with Lucid Air, the stock?
Yeah, I was on that today.
Right? It's supposed to be the competitor to who?
I don't know about that one.
Who's
look
Lucid
on
Air
the-
competitor? Who is Lucid Air's competitor?
I just was looking at what they were actually doing.
Say again. Somebody said
No, I
Tesla.
didn't.
Tesla.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so Tesla, right? We're talking about competitors here, right? Right. Now, notably so, both of those stocks was trending today, and both of them are what natural competitors, right? So typically, when you have a competitor scenario, if one is going up, the other one typically sometimes is coming down because they're known to be what diametric opposite in terms that they're trying to steal market share from the same industry. Make sense? And then sometimes they converge and they just what? If one moving to the upside, the other one gonna move to by what? Value what they call a sympathy run or a sympathy trade or a sympathy play. Y'all have heard that term before? It's moving because somebody else in this industry is also causing it to move. Y'all heard that before?
Yeah.
Sympathy run,
Yes.
sympathy play.
I think,
Right?
yeah. I think that's what's happening with Neo too.
Whales.
Exactly. I was just gonna go there. So you got Neo. Who else you got in the EV space? Neo.
Hey, Ova, what do you
Eh,
think about this? Right,
Well,
X.
Lucid is also trying to do where they partner up with Shell because they're trying to make you can do the EV at different gas stations locally.
Right. So that's charging stations, right? So that'll be Shell want to get into the business where they can also now move a lot of their, you know, the basic framework of business in terms of petroleum delivery, right? A gas station. They got to also now morph their business into that of a what? To handle that of what? Clean energy initiative values where they can also benefit from that, but that value too, right? They can gain revenue by offering charging stations at their gas station, right?
Yeah,
So
they're basically
that-
trying to do it right now and calling it the green pump.
Exactly, right? So that's a good narrative, a good point there, right? And a good narration value that y'all might want to, you know, take, you know, again, part that in your mental load. Y'all know I am with this stuff because every value of information that you hear about a particular opportunity in terms of a stock that's definitely trending, if they're putting out some kind of level of a forward guidance or a you know a forward outlook in terms of what they may be doing for us, you know, or what they may be planning for, then you want to keep that in mind. Why? Because like we just spoke about with the leaps, right? They're long-term leaps that are bullish and they're long-term leaps that are what bearish, right? If you still say that this is a great catalyst or a great additive value to the Lucid Air story as a company, then you would say, you know, can that opportunity deliver, alpha, right? Y'all know seeking alpha, right? The whole idea of what we all here for. We're here to seek alpha. Can it turn a profit, basically? Make sense? So that can add to the revenue story. It can add to the growth story of Lucid, right? Just knowing that alone, you say, okay, that's another chink, another chain link to add to that of the Lucid story as a whole. Say this thing getting stronger, right? So at some point, they're gonna be able to maybe not overtake Tesla, maybe they will, who knows, right? But nonetheless, it makes it a compelling story to say, as long as this company keep doing all the right things and they keep trending, right? News media, peak media scenarios like that, that's going to bring attention to the what? The stock, right? Or the company. Is how that works, right? So you can say, oh, I'm going to plan in advance. I'm not going to sit there try to fight the day-to-day aspect of it because I do like its growth story. You might have went to the chart, and that's when it comes to the chart perspective, right? Now you say, well, let's go to the charts and see exactly what we're talking about here. Right? Let's go put some context to that. Right? Y'all hitting it on the topic there. I love it. Right? Y'all on point. Right? So just starting off at the daily alone, right? If you look at the daily chart on Lucid Air, right? Of course, stock just came public. Just last year, September 2020, basically. Right? It had this, like all stocks that had that kind of level of, bravado, gravitas, value to it. It's gonna be large in life when it does get to the point. It broke out, went to the moon, right? To the moon, right? And then it pulled back, came back to Earth, right? But it found the what? It found the what? Right? It found a right? Or we call it what? A form of what? Right? You got not resistance, but you have a
Support.
right? Support, right? It found the level of support, right? So we'll say, hold on a minute. If I can catch these at least somewhere on the bottoms of it where it seems me some good consolidation. We'll say, even though it came down and hit here at 50, we'll put it at these guys here because it kind of pinged off that area there for a little bit. So we'll just throw it right there on GP. Right? It found the level of support, right? Right. And then finding that level of support, it had then, established the what?
Thoughts on what?
Right. As a matter of fact, all right, let's do it this way. Let's clone that. Let's clone that that scenario. And now let's throw it up in there in that area like that right there. See, you see what I'm saying? Y'all with me there? Now I start to look more what?
Let's look again.
Right. Say again.
Decrease his time.
Somebody saying something? Oh, somebody might be open.
Back to 6 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay. I think that brother Corey. Let me just in case you might be handling business and something. All right. So, and in this moment, we just established the what? What is this? When you have a support and resistance, and the stock pings inside of that, it's called the what?
Channel.
Right. It's called a channel. Right. And when it's consistent for a length of time within a channel, when there's consolidation accumulation, one would then say it's probably within a what? What kind of channel?
Mm-hmm.
Starts with a T. We still on that word of the day. Is the
Trend
word of
channel.
the day is say again?
Trend channel.
A trend channel. Y'all with me there? Now this is where it makes sense. Would y'all consider this from going back, let's say, far as January of this year, when it made its meteoric rise, came back down, found its level of support, it kind of established itself at around by April, right? So from January to April, it kind of found the bottom. It tested that bottom again and it held, so it wasn't a dead cat bounce. Obviously, that was a confirmation that happened in May. It tested that same area of support and it bounced off where it went to the upside, right? And then from there, it kind of stayed up at near the top or near mid-range within the mean value of it. And then it came down and tested the bottom of it again, maybe September this year. But before that, you had from May to September where it stayed within a constant level of what? Of trend, right? Up and to the right, or at least off its lows, right? So again, how do we establish an uptrend? By its what?
Higher highs.
Uptrend.
Higher lows.
Higher lows. Higher lows.
Right. It's higher lows, right? You establish an uptrend by your higher lows. Y'all, everybody familiar with that? We talk about it a lot, but we have some new people in tonight. So you always establish an uptrend by its a stock's higher lows, right? Because that shows you what? The what? Starts with the S. It establishes a what? Starts with the S.
Support.
Say again. Somebody said
Support.
Support, right? Right. Because this is a game of what? Defending and what? And also what? It's, being aggressive, right? Support resistance, right?
Yeah.
Y'all with me there? That's all a part of the trend. You understand? There's some basic things, basic aspects of markets where the more y'all begin to dumb this stuff down, the more it's going to make sense to you visually, right? Mentally, right? And then what? Financially. You with me there? You guys have to be able to spot this, act on it if you want, and then, of course, live with the results after it happens. Make sense? That's a part of our daily bread in a lot of ways, right? So the importance of things that are trending for the right reason, or even sometimes the wrong reasons, they're superlative, right? They're superlative to us finding and spotting what? Opportunity. You with me there?
Blind
Look
and
at
mad.
Lucy. You see what I'm saying? Look at Lucy here. Look at that bottom. Tap it here, and then they haven't looked back since then, right? So you had what they call what? You had the support from the very beginning before it broke out the first time. You came back and hit that area again. So when you go out from a certain point of support from the at a point where the stock broke out from that and comes back and tested again, what is that called? Starts with a B.
Breakout.
No, when you break out from a support point, go to a high, all-time high, whatever, come back and test that same level of support again, maybe even bounce and hit it again and still hold and go on to go higher. What is that called?
No, that's pivot.
Starts with a B.
Oh, bottoming.
Not the front, but the
Back.
So
Back
they call
test.
it back testing, right? Y'all with me there? That's what back testing is. Anybody unsure what that is? Understand what that is? If you don't know, say something, because it's what we do over here. We train, we honest, and this ain't a congeniality of who always right. We all gonna be right. That's why we come do this in a workshop environment. Everybody know what back testing means. Anybody not?
Can you say it one more time?
Talking about back testing?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in this moment, when a stock breaks out from its support, makes an all-time high, or just breaks out from that period, that place period, comes back and tests that same level of support like it did here. Of course, let me get my ink pen out, right? Let me ink, right? Your ink pen, right? you see right here? That was the level of support at that point. It consolidated, then it broke out and went at all-time high. It came back down, tested that support, dead cat bounce, or not. That was a what? Dead cat bounce is when a stock does what?
What test?
Bounces it, comes back, test, goes up, comes back down, test that point of support again, and does what?
Break through the support.
Break to say again. Somebody said it. Break through what?
Break through the support.
Break through support. That's a dead cat bounce. But if it holds that support, then it becomes what? We'll just put DC right there for dead cat, right? Dead DCB, dead cat bounce. That's when it breaks the support and comes under. But if it holds that support, it's called the what?
Pivot point.
Right? Or affectionately known as a what? DBLB. I'm doing charade now.
Double bottom.
Double bottom, right? It could be double bottom, triple bottom, quad bottom, cinco bottom, siete bottom, right? Siete bottom, ocho bottom, right? that means it's establishing what? That means it bounced in what? It held that point of what? Control, right? Or support, right? Or affectionately, it held what? Starts with a T.
Trend.
It held this trend, right? This is all optical, guys. This is all optics. Matter of fact, last night on the Urban Economic Empowerment Show, when y'all was helping Alan to use his natural ability to look at a chart and say, what does it look like? Does it like the stock going up or going down, right? He was obviously, to him it was kindergarten. It looked like it going up to me, right? And y'all was like, yes, the stock is in a what? It's in a what kind of trend?
Upward trend.
Uptrend.
Uptrend or upward trend. Make sense? Y'all, again, eyes ain't lying to you when you see that, right? Your eyes ain't lying to you, right? Right? That's not hard to realize that in that perspective. Once you get enough charting hours inside of you or underneath your belt, guess what's gonna happen? A lot of you guys gonna get to that point where you can just kind of breeze through charts like this, like you got them virtual screens where you can just move your hand and charts move. That's how your eyes gonna be looking at charts early in the morning. You're looking at all these different opportunities. You're like, Seen it? I know what's going on here. I know what's going on here. I know what's going on here. This downtrend, this downtrending, this uptrending, this neutral. This is no volume. Okay, this one here just blotched. It's all over the place. Okay, this one here has an oversold RSI. Oh, this one here is overbought. Oh, this might be opportunity. That's how your eyes gonna be reading stuff like the matrix. It's gonna be moving fast like this here, and you're gonna be able to just go through charts, go through charts, go through charts, go through charts, and you in doing so, what are you looking for?
Trend.
Right, you're looking for trends in essence to try to spot what
Opportunities.
opportunity. Right, that's what the market's for. So that's why I say you spot it. That's the last part of the title: spotting opportunity. Right, opportunity spotting or spotting opportunity. That comes natural. Trust me when I say that. That comes natural over time because your eyes ain't gonna deceive you once you've seen it enough. Make sense? Looking at this chart right here, what is this chart showing you right here? Bounce, pivot, bounce off that support, came back, stayed within what? Stayed within what?
Trend.
Because it didn't break it. Now, all you have to do at this point is say, okay, if I'm getting in this stock, be it long-term leaps or just short-term, duration value, instantly you tell yourself, if it held that support, you go to that thing, put your axis line up there. You say, man, the support holding pretty solid at what price? What price is that point right there? Can y'all see that? What price is it holding at? How much?
1714.
So 1714. And mark is mostly dealing with $half and whole dollar marks, right? So technically you would say it's holding what? Is it closer to 17 and a half or $17?
$17.
So you would say the support at this point is holding at what?
$17.
17. So 17 seems to be the what support trend of what lucid air going forward. Until that trend breaks, that becomes your what? Your cornerstone support, right? Everything from that point forward is opportunity. But you're planning from what? As I like to say, the peak point of profitability, right? That's one of our terms, right? Peak point of profitability, right? That means you either have to be at that peak or you need to be down at that what? Either you at the peak or you at the what?
The trough.
The trough. Y'all with me there? Right? Basically, you either at support, right? Or you at resistance, or you at what? Support. Those are the opportune times to buy a stock. Meaning in that value of what directional bias. Make sense? Because if the stock ain't break out of that what? The top side of resistance. Now we plan up here at the resistance here. That means everything that goes up and hits that line up here, this ping here, right? That didn't even go all the way. That came close. This one here hit it. You hit it there. Right, you hit it there with a wick, right? You hit it here with maybe a wick, right? And here you finally what? At that point right there, what happened to the stock over here? In this area right here, what happened right there?
It peaked.
It peaked, but it also did what? It did what? I'm looking for a phrase within that, but I know you still learning too. It's again?
Triple bottom.
Triple
top.
Y'all know what I'm right here on this corner here. I want y'all to make sure y'all see me.
Breakout.
Right it did what?
Breakout. It broke
right. It broke out,
resistance.
or affectionately known traders jargon. It did what? It broke what? Starts with a T.
Resist.
Right. It broke resistance, but it also starts with a T. It broke what?
Broke trend.
It broke trend. Y'all with me there? Yes. It broke trend. And that's a positive, right? Now we're gonna put a plus on it. It's broke trend on the positive aspect. Why? Because if that stock was consolidating that length of time, chances are, if you feel like the growth story is intact, you feel like everything they got is starting to shape up for them as far as their whole modus operandi now, the white paper, their mission statement, all these things are now starting to come together and work in the favor of what? Lucid, right? So you would see that as a net positive for opportunity to say, okay, at this point, all that level of consolidation, that means the stock has to have a breakout to be equal or greater value of all the level of time that is spent beside this consolidation. Does that make sense? It's the same way when we look at a head and shoulders, right? Or inverse head and shoulders, right? We measure the potential move upward, or in this case, if it's inverse head and shoulder, that means it's gonna move up, right? If it's a head and shoulder, normally it's gonna move down, right? How do you measure the length of a head and shoulders in terms of the potential move? By its what?
Neckline.
It's neckline. So there's the shoulder, there's a head, there's a shoulder. The neckline is at the what? The shoulder, right? So the length between what? The neckline to the head is the same move you want to have to the upside once it breaks out. Y'all understanding that?
Yes.
Everybody understand that's how this works, right? That's the rules, right? We don't make this stuff up. We ain't making this up, right? Did not make this stuff up. So it ain't hard to surmise at that point how you can trade for a potential what? Uptrend based upon, again, just understanding those what? These patterns, right? And these certain what they call secular trends that we are what? We're privy to because we know what they are or what they mean once we see them being able to what? Play themselves out. Does it make sense? Right. That's how you guys gonna be able to again spot this stuff again, like you Neo in the Matrix. Again, that's the whole idea of your eyes moving like that right there. You just blowing through chart. I got it. I know what this is. I know what that's about. Okay, I got that. I know what this going on. Okay, good. This one here makes sense. I like this one here. That's when you write down. That's on your watch list. You're going through other one. Okay, this one. Oh, this looks good. Oh, they got good news. This catalyst. Oh, the stock already been break. Okay, write that stock down. You find out. Before you know it, you got about 4 or 5 stocks that you have potential that you can trade when that market opens up.
So
Make sense?
you just scanning through the stocks like I use Finviz TA.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's already marked up, so I just scan through the stocks.
Screeners, Finviz from that perspective, again, wherever person, whatever you use in that perspective, because there's a lot of different, publications that we speak about a lot that helps you obviously, have that kind of level of inside information, right? It's just that you're up on what? You're up on trend. You're up doing the research and the ability to dissect opportunity. You're spotting, you're looking for opportunity, right? So it ain't hard to see that. And then you say, okay, well, you trying to, do a quick little, what they call a recon session or search and seizure scenario before you get in that stock. You come to the chart. Okay, look, the data look like. Let me see what the 1 hour look like. Let me see what maybe the 5 minute look like. Okay, this makes sense. The stock. Oh, look at the daily. The daily, this thing's stuck in the trend for a long time. Oh, no wonder why the stock getting ready to break out. Because guess what? Soon as that stock start going up to this point right here again, this little pink right here. Let me go back over here. Soon as Lucid start coming back to the point right there again at that level of resistance that hit it 4 times before then. What do you think investors start thinking about as soon as they saw it coming back up towards that top right there? Anybody? What do you think the long-term bullish investor was probably thinking when we got ready to test that resistance again up here?
Add to position.
Say again?
Add to their position if they have it.
Possibly add. All right, what else, right? What else do you think they was thinking in their mind?
Trailing stop loss.
So, we just saying, just buy a call. Maybe if you own the common shares, you want to buy some calls just in case if you can get a little extra pop, make a little extra money possibly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? You say add to position. Somebody say add to position. What else?
Add a trailing stop loss to protect your profits.
So trails. Now keep in mind, if you long-term bullish in the stock or the company as a whole, then this just a part of what? Daily testing of what? Of what?
It was
Resistance.
You about to say it, right? Right. Resistance, right? And that's bullish, right? Anytime you get to test a point of resistance again, that means you knocking on the door, right? You knocking on what they call the brink truck door. You at that back of the brink truck, like, hey, I know y'all got that paper in there. Right?
About to break the resistance.
There we go. Now we getting there. That means a lot of those traders are thinking about what's possibly happening or getting ready to happen.
Yeah, bust the door down.
We getting ready to bust the door down or what? Or potentially what? Here we go right there. Getting ready to do what?
Bullish trend.
Break trend. That's when stocks that's when investors, analysts, whomever fund managers get excited. Why? Because this is another chance to possibly what? Make a new what? Make a new high. And when you establish a new high, that also sometimes establishes a new what? Starts with a T.
New trend.
It starts a new trend. Y'all have heard this saying before, right? Old resistance becomes now new what?
Support.
I repeat, old resistance now becomes new what?
Support.
New support. It breaks above the old trend, gets out that old trend. It comes back. It has to still back test it. 9 times out of 10, sometime it will back test, right? Not always, but most times stocks are always looking to back test, especially if it's a gap up, right? If it's a mean gap up, it's going to either close that gap to make sure they have true price value, or it's going to go back and test it to make sure that the bull's really about that life. Make sense? So guess what? If you missed that trade and it broke out, went up here, and if you're not just kind of playing the calls or you playing it from that perspective, but if you're buying common, do you understand that you realize the level of the potential back test in the end this? That means it's going to come back down and test that old what? Old resistance, right? And in this point, that old resistance, let's say in this one here is what price? What oh dang it. What price is it Lucid is at that point right there at that resistance there?
28.002.
8, the 29,
So 29 or 28.80. Right. So but like we said, markets like to think in what $half whole dollar marks. Is 28.80 closer to 29 or closer to 28.50?
28.
Is it closer to 29? No, 28.80. Is that closer to 29 or 28.50?
29.
29.
Oh,
So because we know that's how most times our
29.
option contracts are set up in what? $half and whole dollar marks.
Whole
Make sense?
dollars. Yes.
So that's how the option market looking at that. Does that make sense? So they're saying they're pricing in the $29 price point as a point of what? Now new potential what? Support. Make sense? So essentially at that moment, now the stock is in a whole new different possible what? Starts with a T. It's in a whole new different potential what? Starts with a T. Trend, right? You establishing a new one. So it's like stacking this trend on top of that and making a new one. Now, here's where it gets even more diabolical. Because remember we talked about potential breakout between high level of consolidation, accumulation, how things happen. Now, you expect, okay, that's a long line right there. I mean, that thing should be at least go back and maybe test the all-time high, potentially, right? But for the most part, we still use the most short-term value of the trend channel to establish our breakout. Y'all with me there? Let me show you what I'm talking about. Right? That's it. Wrote a song about it, like the hit go, right? Calhoun Tub style, right? I'm finna show you exactly what I'm talking about. See that right there? That's the length of that entire channel. Y'all with me there? It stayed in that channel for like forever, right? Outcast style, right? 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 So from 29 or 28.80, we'll say 29 to what? Remember that support? What was the support again? We talked about it earlier. What was the support? Support
29.
in that channel was how much? We talked about it earlier. How much was what was the base support in that inside that channel? Is at what price? Right here. What is the price of the support in the channel? The previous channel?
17 to 29.
$17, right?
80.
All right. And then the resistance at what?
I'm sorry.
29.
29,
right?
at 29.
Right. So 29. So you got 17 and 29. What's that price difference between 29 and 17? Anybody? What's the price difference there?
$12.
To $12, right? So that's a $12, right? $12 what? Range, right? That's a $12 range bound, to be exact, range bound channel. That means if you're playing anywhere from the peak to trough inside that channel, you have the probability of getting 12 points in that channel. Make sense?
Yes.
You can calculate money based upon within a value of a trend channel. And if you patient and you discipline and you waiting for things to work itself out, either you're gonna get what? The full 12, or you at least gonna get what? At least a third or half of that in some values of what? When the channel's what? Hitting its pivot points and peaks and coming back down, testing the trough. You with me there? This is how you can map out money, right? This is how you can buy extended positions under the mindset and the guys that, okay, this thing gonna pull back at this top because it seems to be having resistance, it's having problem breaking through it. So yeah, I'm gonna play to the downside. I'm gonna play back to the mean line, right? Which is the midline, the gun line. Tell them about the gun line, boss. Right. So let's slap that gun line in there, right? But this is all important in realizing the extent of how useful these things could be, right? So let's do this right here. All right, hold up. Where's this thing? Okay, I'm out of. All right, no worries. Let me just draw it in there. All right. So we'll say we'll split it down. So half of 29 and 17 is going to be where? What's half within that channel? So what? $6, right? So let me just draw it here. So 17 plus 6 is how much? 17 plus 6 is how much?
23.
23, right? Michael Jordan style, right? MJ, right? We just say MJ. All right, so let me probably get it accurate. We'll just put it at 2310 for now.
No, LeBron James.
Uh-oh, hold up now. You mess around with LB, right? LB
Right.
with LeBron J or LBJ, right? That's what they call him, forgot. Yeah, LBJ, right? So that becomes, matter of fact, let me wait that line. Look, it's too late. I already, that's fine. We'll use that blue line for now. That's 23. So now that's your what? That's your mean line. Y'all make sense? That's what it's called. It's called a mean line, right? That's the reversionary mean line. That's the point of control, right? Because at that gun line, it's establishing what? A central point, a neutrality point of where you can pivot, play the pivots at the top of resistance down to the mean line, or play the what? The support break off that mean line down to the what? To the base support, right? So that midline becomes basically what? Pseudo support and pseudo resistance. Have y'all heard me use that term before? Like pseudo resistance, pseudo support? That's essentially what's going on in that moment. It's putting training wheels inside or on that of the what? The trend or the trend channel. Make sense? You can now formulate a trading thesis based on being able to block the market into a what? Into a corner, like we call it what? The kill box, right? Don't we talked about that before a while back? Putting the market in a stock inside of a kill box, be it long or short. Because keep in mind, we're not emotionally attached in these stocks. So don't get the like, man, y'all going after my stock, man. Now look, everything fair game, right? We trying to get this bag. We're trying to get the ancestor money. That's the kill box, right? 6 up, 6 down. Simple as that. Simple as that. 6 up and 6 down, right? That's what we do. That's what we're playing right now. So you got +6, -6, right? Now, if you patient and you plan this thing properly, and let's say you are trading options, well, let's say you get a delta at a moment when it's getting a pretty good volatility IV value to it, and it's starting to pick up a level of volume, and you plan for that $6 mean line value, right? Reversion or pivot point, that can give you sometime a good delta, or maybe what, 90, depends where you get in at, 92, 93, 94, right? Whatever. That's good money, right? On 6-point value potential move, right? That means for every point, you're getting what? 92 cents, right? That's good money, right? Y'all with me there? Or 94. We just using that because we don't want to use 100, but we possibly can. But you can play for that. So that means 6 points up. That means you walk away with at least close around about what? Near $500 some odd dollars. If you be patient enough to and play that option based on the pivot within this trend value, and you can just play for that $500-$600 per contract move every single time. Meaning you plan it respective to the time that you would need to get that 6-point move, right? But chances are, like we said, if we're going to use the leap theory and the way that Lucid been moving, if you look at the trend that is establishing, what is it establishing here? From that pivot here, matter of fact, let me go over here. From this pivot here, way back over here, to that moment right there, that took every bit of how many days? Let's say that happened on April the 20th. It peaked around April 27th. So that was every bit about what? 7 days, right? On the 7th day he rested. Ain't that how it go? I might be wrong. Is it 6 days or 7 days? I forgot. My bad. Don't y'all come for me, Christians. Don't come for me. Don't y'all put no flaming bag of pool up on my front porch and try to make me step on it. Ain't gonna get me, right? But y'all get my point, right? That's 7 days.
7 days he rest.
7 days he rested, right? Or black power people gonna say on she. That's a she, boy. You talking about black woman to God? Black woman to God. Watch out now. Watch out now. Black woman to God. What you talking about? 7 days. So typically 7 days on an option contract is how many days on an option contract? Sound like a trick question, right? It's a week and what? 2 days, right?
Yeah.
So that means you had to buy that contract at least how many weeks out in advance?
2 weeks out. I would buy 2 weeks out.
2 weeks out.
2 weeks.
Right? Because ain't no such thing as to have a pregnant woman in the option market, right? Either getting the whole week or you getting what? A month, right? True story.
True.
Right? Unless you buying the spot, right? Because it's attached to the futures, right? So that way you can play 2 days and whatever. But outside of that, you got to buy week for week. So that means you have to buy at least 2 weeks out. Y'all with me there? You guys with me there?
Yep.
Is it making sense? Is it making sense? Seriously.
Absolutely.
You thinking now. You spot an opportunity here, right?
The wheels
You
are
establishing
turning.
it. Say again?
Wheels are turning.
Yep, definitely.
Right. See what I'm saying? So now you could be a little bit more controlled in your what? Formulating your thesis. You mapping this out. And doing all this is what y'all doing. Y'all making an executive decision with your money. Stop playing. Is it not? You strategize and plotting around opportunity once you spot it, and you're using this stock, this asset, this financial vehicle to help you hit your goal. That's a 2-week window that potentially has the ability to give you at least, let's say you get 6 points, let's say again, with a good delta and good volume and good IV value, right? It's holding value. Then yeah, you may can get around, 85, 90 plus value delta. That's good money. $400-$500 to sit there and hold it. Potential for 6 days, well, in this case, 7 days, but you buying a contract for 2 weeks. That means you still got what? A grace period of how many days? 3 days, right? Because there's 5 days per contract, right? If you hit it in 7, that means you have 3 days to spare. That means you should have a still pretty decent delta in your favor if you hit that trend early in that case. So again, that's why we're talking about between low 500s, potentially, high 400s. It possibly even could be 6, right? Because if it spares out and break really fast, that means that volume kicks in over gear. The premium goes up very fast when the stocks begin to break out, right? Y'all seen that before. That means your delta obviously finna increase now because of the value of what? The Vega and all that stuff now, it's starting to price in the level of the volatility. And it gives you that extra what? That extra boost, right? Because now people buying it ferociously. They coming into it because they see it breaking out. That increases your delta. Once the stock is breaking out, of course. Right? Or breaking down, right? Either way, right? That's how this stuff works. That takes patience. You see what I'm saying? This takes patience. But that's good because this is just another aspect of your game, of your strategy that you implement when necessary, when you can benefit from it. But for the most part, you're here to learn how to spot what? Starts with a T again, going back to that word. That's why we're gonna beat it like a dead horse. We're here to spot what?
Opportunities.
Right? Spot an opportunity surrounded around what? Surrounded around
Trends.
what? Trend. Right? Trends,
Is your
trend
friend.
lines, trend channels, and spotting opportunity. Y'all with me there?
Yep.
7 days. He rested. Right? All right. The next one actually broke and went higher, right? So from that perspective, that's early in the game, but I'm just, giving you some kind of idea of how you're trying to map this in your head. So let's go to the most recent breakout. Let's go over here to this guy right here. So on the 14th of October, it was at the mean line reversion, equilibrium point, whatever you want to call it, the homeostasis moment. It was at that gun line. It bounced off. It did a double bottom right at it, at a point that line. It actually slightly under a little bit. Got to it, came down, tested that midline, and it's also, hold on, let me take some of this off the screen here. I know it's getting a little jumbled up there. Like, oh, y'all stuff on the chart, man. Clean up that chart. All right. Let me blow it up. All right, I got y'all squinting your eye like, man, blow that stuff up, man. Make this stuff all complicated. But I want to show you the bigger picture. That's why. In this case, see that gun line right there? That mean line, that blue line? See right here? What did it do right there? It pulled back underneath it, came back up towards it because I was at that point, it figured out that was a magnet. That mean line became the magnet. Everywhere it got added around that point side, it kind of honored or it paid homage to that mean line. The stock kind of played at or around that mean line before it either broke below it or went back to it. Here, when it broke down below and came back to it, what did it do? It paused at it and gave you a big bullish engulfing count and then gapped up away from it. Went right up there close to support, trended at or around that area, then pulled right back to it again, broke down slightly below it, got right back up to a big bullish candle, right back to it. Somebody knows something. But even knowing so, look at the moving average there. See that moving average right there? That's the 20-day moving average on the daily, which is also called a what? A trend what? What are moving averages? They're no more than what? They also call what?
Lagging indicators.
Right? Or starts with a T. It's what kind of, it's a what?
It acts as a trend line.
Trend line. There we go. See, there we can't get away from that trend word. See how that work? We're gonna make sure y'all y'all either gonna hate that word or love it. Either way you look at it, it's all set up in a trend. And that's why they keep telling you that what is your friend? What is your friend in trading?
Trend.
The trend is your friend. If you don't believe that, counter trend trade the market then when everything going the other direction. Go try it. If you don't believe that to be true, try to counter trend the trade when all the big money is going this way and you trying to go that way, go out there and try it. I'm not saying go do it, but y'all get my point. Don't
get run over.
Don't do
your whole
it.
account.
What you say? What's gonna happen if you do it? You gonna get what?
You'll get blown
Run
over.
over.
Ran over.
Them back tires on the school bus, and you hit that bump, and you hop up in that seat in that school bus, you be like that. All them back tires gonna catch you across your back.
Pow.
All your little marbles gonna come out your pocket. Your wallet gonna come out. God, dog, boy, back tire.
Take
Show
it
caught that
easy
joke,
on.
right? Try it, right? Because the markets will make you out to be what. Yeah, it'll teach you. See, that's what makes this stuff great because it's a proving ground, right? That's why we tell people don't get emotionally invested in markets. It's hard not to when you're dealing with human emotion when it comes to money, but this is a part of you getting your psychology right? So that way you can protect your money, right? You can't escape that if you want to be consistent in this game. You cannot. So that's why it's easy to put the market in the framework, make it make sense to you, stop trying to fight it, and realize that it's all one big, y'all heard me say this before. The markets ain't number one big what? Y'all heard me say this like a lot of times. It's one big what? Starts with a T. I'm going back to that word again. The market ain't number one big what?
Trend.
Is it not? I'm open to anybody that may have a different opinion in that or perspective, right? Because it's not even opinion. It's just maybe your perspective. Is the market not one big trend?
Yep. One big trend.
It's one big trend, right? And there's layers, of course, within it, but that's the aspect of it. But in most cases, if it is a success story, that means that trend typically for the most part, it's going to be up and to the what?
Up and to the right.
To the right.
To the right. 45-degree angle, baby. Let's go. Right? Okay, case in point. Lucid Air. Again, going back to this. See that right there? It started here, $9, and now it's up here at what? 35, 36. Is that an uptrend?
Yes, sir.
Seems like it to me. That means it had gained market share to me. Looks like it to me. That means at least at this point, the growth story still is in what? It's still intact. And in this case, the trend is your what?
Amigo.
Say again, your ego? What do you say?
Your amigo.
Your amigo, right? Que pasa, amigo?
Confidant.
Say.
Right? Some of y'all might even be the concubine, right? That's my concubine. That's my jump off.
Uh-oh.
Look, watch out, bro. Watch out. That's my jump off right there, but y'all mess with my stock, right? That's my jump off. Right. Every now and then, I send a little flowers, right? A little
That's
cupcake,
tough, boy.
little gluten-free cupcake,
Flowers.
right?
Take it easy on it.
Right. See how that work? You're nurturing your position. You're nurturing opportunity here. You spotted it. Whatever goes back to the front part of tonight's discussion. The topic is what? The first one is the what? Trends, right? The first word is trends. Trends. Things that are popular, things that garnering attention, things that viral, whatever. You see what I'm saying? It's garnering some. Say again.
I said in fashion
You're breaking up, Eba.
trends of things that are in. I said trends of things that are in fashion.
Fashion
Style.
trends, right? Style, right? So if I was to ask y'all just based upon what we went over thus far, would y'all consider lucid in style right now? Because now we're talking, black folks, talk right now, right?
Mhm.
Would y'all say lucid got a little drip right now, right? A little drip,
Drip, man.
right? You got a little drip, right?
Got some ones on.
Got some one, right? You know what I'm saying? Them clean ones, right? What they call them in New York? Uptown? Right? They call Uptown New York, right? Air Force Ones.
Give me.
Where my New
Hey,
York family at? Now, I know y'all
I
cutting
think
up,
that
but where y'all at, New York?
if you equate this to the music era, right? I think Lucid will be a popular local rapper compared to the hot artists that's out there like Ford and Tesla and stuff like that, right? But I think that by next year, once they put this hot single out that they waiting on, it's finna blow.
See, that's a good analogous. Why? Because I tell y'all, see, that's what I love about the market. I always say, you got to find your own niche or niche in this, right? But still from everybody, you got to make this stuff make sense to you, right? The more you have fun with markets, the better you are able to operate in it. No one likes to work, tense and all, on pins and needles. And show me anybody that can work like that consistently, right? Nobody can. So that's why we have this saying, right? Y'all have heard me say this before. Have fun, make money. If it's something as simple as that, like you said, open Sunday, because I do it a lot too. Yeah, this artist here waiting to blow, right? This one here waiting to blow. He undiscovered, right?
Mm-hmm.
He got some bars, right? He got some bars. They just ain't discovered him yet, right? Right? It's like that guy that played basketball at the Rutgers. You know he should have went to college, right? He know he should be in a pro, right? But at the moment, he's just a what? A park legend, right? But nonetheless, he still is what? He's still known, or he or she is still known. That's reality of some of these assets. But that's thinking long term, in terms of, do they have what it takes to be what? A trending what? Opportunity, right? So if you back things up and put it in the perspective, guess what here? Now it's going to get really, it gets good. Trust me, it gets better with time, as they say, right? As the saying goes. So look at here. So on GP, let's do this here. What they call for S and giggles. See right here, when it broke out, now I know, let me pull it all the way back. I'm gonna even start up in that point. Let me pause that way. See right there? I'm finna do this for what they call, do this right here for the home team. Let's do this for the home team. Right there. What is that right there, guys? Everybody, brothers and sisters. What do y'all see right there? What would that be considered, or what would that be called when you see something like that right there? That yellow line is drew right there.
Breakout.
Yes.
Definitely breakout. But like
That's
thinking about the different patterns and things that we're known, that we're learning, that we teach a lot. What would that?
Bottom.
Say again?
Round and bottom.
See, you're talking about boy. Y'all know I love them rounded bottoms, boy.
Cup
Watch
and
out
handle.
now. I love them. Say okay. Rounded bottom. We got what? Cup and brother say what? Cup and potential cup and handle, right? So we'll see C and H, right? Right. What else? Anybody else? Rounded bottoms, cup and handles, right? And there's a lot of different terminology out there. Because of your old school, they got what? One of them called fry pan bottom, right?
The symmetry on that African woman too.
See, now you see, now see, there you go. See, now you and Sonny in that same lane. See, y'all making this thing,
Nice.
They came on,
right?
then.
But you know what, the
can't
sister
help
gonna
it.
say the same thing, right? That brother got some good glutes on him, right? You know, sister, he got some glutes on him, right? That boy must be in the gym, right? That boy must be in the gym, boy. They come through there like, oh, they put his pants all up tight. What you doing? I'm trying to show them the glutes off, boy. I'm trying to show them glutes off, right?
That's tough.
See what I'm saying?
Right.
You have to look at the market in that perspective. It has to make visual sense to you, and it has to make what? You know, analogous sense to you, right? Example sense, right? You have to put some, as they say, you cannot reinvent the wheel, but you can put what on it? It's an armor all on them ties. See what I'm saying? You can put some white, again, where my southern people at? Where my Florida folks at? Y'all know what we love in the South. We love them what? Trues and what? Trues and Vogues, baby. That white wall, right? That white wall got to be on that tie, boy.
That's old school. Bro.
Old school. You all know them still. It's still an old school player in y'all neighborhood right now. He got that Cadillac. He got them white walls. Boy, look at him. But your auntie in trouble. Your auntie, your grandma in trouble. Boy, he come through there in that lack. Right? You better get in the house, grandma. Don't even do it. Not today.
Talk about Miss Pearl. Come here, let me talk to you.
Right? Let me holler at you, Miss Pearl. He come through that swing. And in Texas, what you know what they call in Texas? They use them. They wear them. They ride them bows in Texas too. What they call them?
Yep.
Swingers and what?
That's facts. That's facts.
Swingers, boy.
Them swingers.
Right. See, I'm old school. That's what I'm like, boy, what you know about all that? But see, that's what makes markets fun, because you get to attach your reality to these opportunities, right? Or to these what? These trends. Right. So it took. Go ahead.
Oh no, my bad.
No, so see, that's what makes this stuff great. So, and in that moment, all you did is looked at that bigger trend. Now you have to have the wherewithal, the patience, and right, the level of what they call how would I frame that? The level of, I say, chart responsibility, right? To be able to not get caught up in what? Small things. You always have to back up sometimes and look at the bigger what? The bigger picture, right? The micro world and the macro world, right? This is thinking long term. That's why we spoke about that earlier, right? Trends can go on for a long time, could they not? Yes. Yeah, they can. Trends can keep going for a long time, right? Until people like, okay, either get tired of it or, okay, well, how long Apple been trending? Anybody?
For a minute. It's about marketing. So
how long?
The longer you can market and the better you can market, the longer your trend will work.
Exactly. Right. How long Microsoft, Netflix, right? That's exactly it. It depends on all those things, right? You know, in the investment world, finance world, they call it what? M&A, right? What does M&A mean? There's two set standards to it, right? What does M&A mean in the markets?
Movers and shake.
Hey, moving and shake, right? That's an A, right? That's an A over.
Hey.
but basically about the same thing in a lot of ways, though.
Moving average.
Close, but this is in terms of what that was Obasanjo was speaking to, right? Because you have to keep in mind, you have to keep your investors excited about your growth story, right? So that means you have to be doing certain things in the company to make sure that you stay attractive to investors, right? Say again.
Marketing and advertising.
Right. So that's why I say it's two terms to it. Is marketing and advertisement, one of them, and the other one is what? What else does companies do with M&A? I think you were saying it over, Chris.
Shakers.
Acquisitions.
You got so you got the second one, right? You said what's the M?
What's it? Moving average?
No, not moving average. That's the trend value, but we're talking about the value of growing and
mergers and acquisitions.
There you go. It's called what? Mergers
and acquisitions.
Mergers and acquisitions, right? I can't even write way down that far, right? Mergers and acquisitions, right? That's important, right? Because if you're doing that, that means you either growing the portfolio or you're growing the business through what? CapEx spend. You spending money all in the right place to what? Grow market share, right? To grow the business, right? To increase your balance sheet, to grow your bottom line. Does that make sense? So Apple didn't get to where it's at today if it didn't spend a little money, right? Do a little some strain for a little piece of change, right? Microsoft, same way, right? A lot of these companies that's been around for a while, That's what they had to do at some point. They had to spend some money, right? You just can't make money, not spend money, right? That keeps the company attractive because they're constantly still evolving their what? Their story. Now, you look at a company like, since we're using this as a case study, Lucid would be somewhat considered as what? Beginning stage, mid stage, or in the ending stage. Where would Lucid be in that? Anybody? Where would Lucid be? Is it in the
Lucid
beginning
be
stage,
in the
middle
beginning.
of the stage, or in the end of the stage?
Lucid is in the beginning of the stage. It just started last year.
So you say just all right. So beginning, right? What makes you say beginning? Open.
It just started last year.
Right, so it just IPO, right? Now, was that rocket science for you to figure that out in your head in terms of okay, well, if it just started, that means it's still what? It just what? It's still brand new, right?
Wasn't it originally a SPAC CCIV?
Right. So of course it started as a what? As we know it to be a what? That's with an S or what?
SPAC.
Which is also known as a what?
Reverse merger.
Reverse merger, right? That's what a SPAC is. Reverse merger is just basically synonymous with what a SPAC is. Which is SPAC. What is the SPAC definition?
Special.
Because it's the acronym SPAC. Obviously, what does that mean? What does SPAC mean?
Special purpose acquisition company, I believe.
There you go. Boom. My brothers. See, y'all talking that talk now. What y'all talking that talk? Well, tell me y'all ain't getting ready for this, man. Don't let people punk y'all off this information.
Get it.
Think you know something because
Crazy is I thought that SPAC was basically a company that they go through when they need a loan.
Well, in somewhat, that's what it is. But that's what it is. It's a blank check company, right? Or it's a blank check. Basically, it's a special purpose blank check, opportunity, right? Blank check, right? Blank check company. That means it's raising capital to now be able to deploy that capital for a particular suitor that maybe want to use this share structure to come into the market void of the old traditional IPO way. So it's less cost, less risk, less having to deal with underwriters, all that stuff like that. And you come in, you already have a set level of shares. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No, you go ahead. You finished something, Ebo?
No, I wasn't. I'm sorry. I forgot my mic was open.
Oh, okay. No problem. That's what they're doing. They coming in and using this shell company to establish their business and not have to deal with all that other stuff that comes along with IPO, because IPOs are expensive, right? It costs a lot of money, because especially if you're trying to come in on the NASDAQ or NYC MX, you're going to pay a good little piece of paper, right? If someone already got that scenario set up, you walk right into it, right? Okay, case in point, what happened with Trump little stock, digital Digital World Acquisition Corp, whatever, DWAC,
move.
with Trump stock, or Trump Social, whatever. Right?
No, hey, that IPO was the killer though, because
hold up, IPO. Think what you said, Oba. Is it an IPO or was it a reverse merger?
When it first came in,
yeah, was it a reverse merger or IPO? What is DWAC? What is DWAC?
I thought DWAC came in through an IPO.
Right, so that's good research, right? So how would you found out if it was an IPO or did it come through the other portal?
You said how would I find out?
Yeah, how would you figure that out?
I just go to the my Webull and I go to the news.
Right, or go to what? Google, right? You just go straight to Google.
Oh, yeah,
right?
Google.
Again, keep in mind, information is turnkey in this. This is what they call a quid pro quo kind of reality. You got to move quickly, right? If you want information fast, right? You say, okay, let me go to my least path of what? Resistance to get there, right? You just go straight to Google. Let me DWAC, right? DWAC IPO or DWAC, blah 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 blah, right?
And well, usually I'll go through the reason why I say I'll go through the news on that's on the Webull, because it'll take me to something else after I find out the information from there, and then so I can stay on the same program and then bounce to something else.
And that's true, man. And I love about some of these apps that now have this turnkey news population that it has now. Obviously, populating news right away. Now some of them a little lag, some of them are on point, right? It depends on the scenario, of course. But nonetheless, it ain't hard. So you run over, like say right now you run to Google, you go DWAC, right? And you put in, see right there, I got DWAC. Y'all see my screen? Right?
Yeah.
And you go DWAC, and you go, okay. See right there? See I say DWAC IPO date? That would be misleading somebody to don't understand what DWAC is, right? And you be like, no, it's IPO, right? Then you go over here, you say what? You coming through here, you start saying, okay, what's this DWAC stuff, right? DWAC. Okay. You got Webull there, you got Trade Station, right? Click use IPO, diversity. They're just saying something about diversity, but you looking for exactly what DWAC, right? What makes DWAC? See right here? First thing you see right here underneath all that stuff with the trading apps, you see what? DWAC, which is a what?
Special purpose acquisition company. A SPAC.
So that means it was a what? It was a reverse merger as opposed to a what? As opposed to a what? IPO, right? So that lets you know it came in already with a share structure. Didn't have to deal with it, front runners in terms of underwriters and all that stuff. That means you're getting share for share value out the gate, right? That's why some of these, SPACs, depends on what they are. They may have a, either limited aspect of shares or they may have a lot of shares, right? Like Lucid, right? Lucid got I think 1.5 billion shares on outstanding shares. That's a lot of shares, right? And then the company like DWAC, the float on DWAC is small, right? That's why I was able to go from $10 to 175 literally overnight, right? Because that's all the share structure they had available within that reverse merger scenario, within the SPAC itself, of course, before it merged, of course, that it had available for the shareholders.
That's
Make
crazy
sense?
how it went up to 193 in the value.
That's what makes this stuff great, because again, in that moment, all it needs, that's why we talk about this word again tonight. That's all it needs is a what?
Trend.
What was the trend that caused it to go up?
Well, it was a bunch of trends that caused it to go up, but
What was the main one?
I couldn't even tell you what the main one
Of
was.
course you can. You already
Excitement.
thinking about it because you know what caused, right? What is DWAC?
I was
What
gonna
is
say,
DWAC attached to?
I
Who's
mean,
the
I was thinking on the business thing, and I was thinking just based on the name, the brand, and that's
so
what made it go up. So I
so
was
what is
just
the brand? What is the brand?
the name of Trump. Just by it being under Trump, it was on the page of people with.
That's the way I was just telling you. That was the what?
That was the marketing. That was the advertising.
Or the T word, going to say it, stop dancing around it. That was the word.
That was the
That was
trend.
that was trend because that was a trending topic that got everybody what? Excited about buying it, right? Now we also know it as known as to be a what? That was the what? That was the what?
Got
What's
me
that
on.
word right there? I know my writing might be a little dusty there, but what was that? What's that word right there?
Catalyst.
That was catalyst. The trend value or the trend, topic or the trending value of a scenario is also synonymous with this what? It's catalyst or it's trigger, right? Triggering mechanism, right? It was catalyst to draw people to it, to cause the stock to go either go up or go down. In this case, it was who? We know that, it was obviously Trump, right? It's true social website stuff, right? And then it challenging people like what? Facebook, Twitter, right? All the people that censored Trump, right? It went after that crew. It's
Well,
like, oh, we got you
it
now.
also trended too on several different ways, right? So it had where everybody that associated with him at the time, it trended for them to go for their stocks to go up. And then it also trended for people who hated Trump to buy into it, to short them, to basically short it.
To try to come after, right? So that's a very good point. That's a very good point. So, and in that moment, that's what we talked about that earlier in the conversation. Other stocks that start running because of that stock, right? In terms of what it stood for, those stocks get what they call this. It starts with an S. We talked about earlier. Those stocks now become what they call what?
Sentimental sympathy plays.
Sympathy plays or sympathy runners. That's the old school way of saying it. They call them sympathy runners because they are also synonymous with the whole idea or the brand that of what DWAC stands for. Now, since we on this topic here, we're using it as a quick little case study. What were some of those stocks that start running also with DWAC?
Fun.
Right? PUHN. Anybody had any others? Right? Yeah, fun. Right? Can you guys remember any others? Because they were trending. That's what we gonna use that trend word again. Any other ones? Right? I just gonna throw some beans. I don't know if y'all saw that. That comes to BENE. That was one. Mark. That was one. Right? Right? And then you had the warrants. You had DW, what? DWACW, right? You had DWAC warrants that were ripping. You also had what? Fund warrants that were ripping, right? It was several, right? It was several different ones out there. And there's other companies too, of course. But all those became what? Synonymous with the whole idea of what, being on the back of what? DWAC. And they had value too, because actually Fundware is the company that's also helping the True Social website get the necessary funding through a decentralized platform. That way, DC or these social media companies can't bar them like a Google App Store or Apple Store, bar them from being able to pull down funding because they may look like his information is what? As they doing now with this whole council culture, how they kind of censoring everybody, which they really are with this whole vaccine stuff. Guess what? They go around that by using what? Fundware is the company or the app, decentralized app that helps bring in your particular trending values or funding value for that of what? True Social website. True story. That's why Fund got to breaking out too, right along with DWAC. And Bean is a company that's also tied to True Social as a whole. Matter of fact, I think the CEO of True Social, or Bean, works with Trump through DWAC on this True Social website. Some guy out of Brazil, something like that, I think. I forgot the guy. I know his name, but it's coming. But it's all synonymous, is my point. When one got the trending, others began to trend with it. And not only that, people begin to seek out those other stocks that might be trending right along with it because they're trying to see where the connection there, where's that tie. Make sense? This is how deep the rabbit hole goes, guys. This is what it takes. This is what it takes to be able to do this at this level. And to stay current with everything that's obviously what? Starts with a T, trending. Now, you guys wouldn't know this stuff if y'all wasn't in this space like this on average. You might hear about it in passing, or you might have been on Twitter or Facebook and you might have heard somebody, what they talking about this old DWAC stuff, this old Trump stuff. Trump trying to make a comeback. That might be the extent of it. Then you move on. This ain't my lane, right? Unless it really draw or pulled you into it. But for the fact that we thrive on this information because it helps us make what? Make sense of it all, dollars and cents. Then this is good information. This is our value of drama, right? But it happens to come along with what? A dollar sign attached to it. Get excited. We get paid for drama over here. Everybody else get what? Emotional highs. They get sweaty, they get nervous, they get all flustered, and that's it. That's the extent of their what? Their whole moment. We get a bag. That's the difference. Let that marinate for a moment. That's the extent of why this information is superlative and why it's so valuable. The level of your study, the level of your intent, the level of your curation within this is what makes you all, each and every one of y'all, different than the average person out there. I like to tell y'all, you guys are aliens. Y'all, they ain't put enough respect on y'all name. A lot of people don't know the extent of why you're in this at the level that you are, and you don't have the time to do the things that you used to possibly do with them. And this, whatever. Not that it's, you got something against it, just that you on your paper chase right now, right? You're trying to build, your dream perspective right now. You're trying to hit some goals because this stuff pulls you in and it pulls your attention in a way where it's great to be able to find these trends, these topics, these opportunities, these spotting opportunities, and then go out there and act on them. Because it really is a turnkey environment here. All you need is some capital, knowledge, and some what? Y'all know this old school. This go back to our old school terminology, right? right? All you need is some capital, right? Some knowledge, Wi-Fi signal, broadband connection, Ethernet, whatever, right? Right? And then a what? Laptop, cell phone, computer. If you have those, what is it, 4 or 5 things, you are equipped to now run a what? A multifaceted online business. No overhead, not to deal with brick and mortar, don't have to worry about license, don't have to worry about having any kind of special degrees, don't care about, if you midget, humpback, don't care if you got, debt, credit, good credit, no credit, baby mothers, no money, felonies, no felony, all that stuff don't matter. None of it matters. None of it matters. And you can play ball like the best of them. Or Tudor Jones or Dalio or Cooperman, whomever, your favorite trader, you can play ball with the best of them. True story. Even on the Forex
That
side,
is definitely nice.
that's fact. That's
nice.
power. This is exactly why we say knowledge brings power. Power equals profit. You got to get the knowledge. The knowledge gives you the ability to go into the power. The power, you gonna make him go out there and act on it. Exactly what we're doing now. We're establishing. We searching for trend. We searching for opportunity. We spotting opportunity. Once we search for it, we find it. We spot the opportunity, and then we go what? We go do our what? That's when we go to work.
I shade.
Make sense? Then it comes back to this right here.
Yeah.
See right here? Put some handlebars on that thing. Put some training wheels on that. Put some training wheels on that bicycle. You from one side to the next, boy. Them training wheels keeping you in line, though. Right? You ever seen a person try to ride a bicycle real fast with some training wheels on it? Ain't that the most funniest thing in the world? Them little kids be catching out in their little bicycle with them training wheel. They do be side to side, boy. That thing be keeping them in line, though. See? Until they get comfortable being able to hold that bicycle on them 2 wheels, them training wheels are great. They're like one of the greatest inventions ever, right? If I put training wheels on my chart right here and I establish a trend, right? A trend channel, I can now hold this opportunity in a what? Inside of its, perspective lane until I'm ready to break out of that and drop them training wheels and now start looking at this market from an optical perspective. I'm saying, I already know what's going on here before I even put some lines on it. Make sense? You're training your eyes to be able to see this stuff. You're understanding how the rules work. So remember we went back to that line earlier when I spoke about the line or the length of the breakout once you establish it inside of a channel, how the length of that breakout should be equal to that of the level of the channel. Remember we talked about that earlier? Y'all with me there? Y'all with me? It was what? How much was that channel worth right there?
12.
That channel is worth how many dollars?
$12.
$12. That's a $12 channel. Right? Let's see if the market gonna make me out to be a liar. That's the line right here, right? Let's see if we came close or we hit it. Right? You see right there? It broke out from what? From 28.8 or 29, right? Because there ain't no such thing to have a pregnant woman. Either she pregnant or she ain't. Option market's only going to reflect $half and whole dollar mark. That's just a fact. The breakout length was what? Equal to or greater to that of the what? The trend channel aspect that it came out of. Y'all see that right there?
Yeah.
Am I making that up? Am I making that up?
No.
This that moment when I do this right here. I'm out of here. Lean back. Lean back. Lean back. Right?
Mic drop.
This is the extent of this stuff. So people like, man, how y'all be able to see that stuff? How y'all be able to do this and that and this? Duh. This is it. So as soon as you get ready to get to that resistance point, big money people saying, oh, if we break out from here, and they had a catalyst coming up. See, this is where you start marrying the technicals and the fundamental. Now, this is strictly for the equity traders here. I know the forex traders in the house too, and they're more technical value and price action orientated, but it's all synonymous at the end of the day because a lot of times, like we spoke about earlier, when we still using this word, the trend word, right? It had to been a trending topic or something that caused it to be the what? a catalyst for it to what? To make its move, right? Some things add fuel to the fire in this way. It could be price action, one of them, obviously. And the other one could be what? It could be news, right? It could be, future forward statements and growth perspective and additive values to it. Does that make sense? At around this point here before it broke out, it was news already coming out on what? On Lucid of something that was great proportion. This news came out last week, meaning they was already expecting this. Now, I don't expect y'all to know it unless y'all just know it because y'all nerd minded and y'all just look around for opportunity. But what was the news that caused this thing to break out? Anybody? Anybody want to take a crack at it? Anybody?
I want to say something like Tesla had to do something with this.
So we got Tesla, right? That one aspect there. Excuse me, Tesla. Anybody else? So maybe that, if it's Tesla, it's definitely gonna be considered like I say, a sympathy scenario, right? To a degree, right? Anybody else? Anybody else? What was the news that caused it? Because it definitely could be price action too, right? Because we understand that, right? It got up near the resistance and it finally broke through, right? What else? So we got price action potentially. You got Tesla. Anything else? Anybody else want to take a gander at that real quick? Everybody want to take it? Anybody else?
Infrastructure bill.
Clean energy, right? Infrastructure bill. So we'll say, obviously, with this with Biden, right? Biden, the Biden bill scenario, right? More talks of that, which also still good for Lucid, right? Either way, right? Anything else? Anything else?
The news says it confirmed deliveries of its first car.
Excuse me. Say that again.
The EVs.
Say all that real loud and clean. Let me shut up so you can read all that. Say that again.
It says the EV startup Lucid surged as much as 47% after confirming deliveries of its first car.
Of its what car?
Of its first EV.
Of its first what?
Car, EV, electric vehicle.
So remember we talked about it earlier? At
Tesla.
a point, it's Lucid at its beginning stage, middle stage, or end the stage. Remember we talked about it earlier?
Right.
So anytime you see that word right there, that aspect there, what does that right there say?
First.
So that means this is their what? Their grand opening moment, essentially.
Debut.
That means if y'all had to rate this in terms of its weight value, meaning how important it is from a 1 to 10, 10 being the greatest and 1 being the least, how would y'all weight that value of news between 1 to 10?
I understand a 10.
Yeah.
Say 10. Over says 10. Anybody else?
10.
Say 10. So
10.
say 10. Anybody else? Anybody else? Anything different than 10? Anybody unsure how we come up?
It's more than a 10.
Right? 10 plus, right? Put some tax on that thing, right? Right? See, that news alone was all over what? Almost all the trending social media sites that had to deal with what? Investing. That means it was starting to what? Trend, or it was trending. Because that was in itself, the catalyst was that what? The value of the what? The news, right? And it just happened to be at what? At what? At that moment. It was at what? It was at what?
It was at his breakout point.
It was at its resistance or breakout point. So convince me how they didn't time that news, apparently. Somebody knew something. That was a push to break what? To break the, for the breakout. You broke the ceiling. We finally got outside of this what? We finally got out the what? Out this what? Out this channel. And so now we need to establish that this is the new support. Old resistance now becomes new what? Scratch that resistance. It becomes the new support. And the move inside that channel, which it consolidated, pinged up from what? From the bottom to the top, back and forth for that length of time, right? That $12 channel became the $12 potential what? Breakout. Look at that line right there. That's our line right there. This is the wick on that candle right there. Stop playing. It's the minutia. It's how you can put context on your option contracts when moments like this happen. You can plan for it. You can hedge too, but you also can plan for what? For the bag. Equal or greater value in that moment. And so all that stuff, again, it comes full circle. You make sense of it all, dollars and cents, and you move on to the next. So now you're playing now until it changes. Your new, again, you got new shoes on now. New shoes, new shoes, new shoes. Right? Look right here. See this old candle right here? Way back over here? They say you look to the what? To establish history, you look to the what? You look to the left. Right? You look to the left to establish, see right there? That candle right there, where you hit some resistance right there on this guy right here. Right at that line there. Let's stretch it out. Right? That's it. What? Let me get it right. $40, right? Y'all see that there? Resistance clear as day from that candle right there. Y'all see it? That's resistance clear as day. Right? Right here. Let me blow it up. I forgot. We blow this thing up. Right here. February the 12th. That's when it hit that point there, wicked out, but stayed there at the bottom of the candle. And then the next day it broke and went higher, of course. In that case, over here it came right up to it. Almost nicked it, but close enough. That's that $12 channel nonetheless in that perspective. Because the actual breakout actually happened right here. So if you did move that candle up a little bit, it'll be at that trend line. Just technically, if you want to be, par straws and be all technical about it, right? $12 move. So again, establishing a new trend. Are we not? We establish a new trend. You do what? Now you got to do what? Establish you a new what? Reversion line, right? Or a mean line, right? A new gun line. All right. So from 29 to let's say 40. So we'll just say 30, right? Or it's literally 11, but we still playing within the $12 framework because we know it started down here a little bit lower, right? So it's still $12, but nonetheless, we'll play it. We'll just put it at what? $5.50 area or the $6 level, nonetheless. So from 29, what's half of 40 and 29? Or I should say, what's 40 minus 29, but what's the half mark? Anybody?
11.
So 11. So what's half 11?
Yeah.
10.5.
5.5.
But so by 5.5, right? Right? Or
Yeah,
we can just round up and just do, $6 or whatever. So let's do this. So that's 29. So that'd be what? 30, was it 35? Am I right? 30, what? 29, 34, somewhere around there? 34 and a half?
Yeah.
All right, so let's do that line right there. Let's throw that line right on up there. So we'll say 34 and a half, right? So hold up, let me get this out of the way. All right, God, dog, I knew that was gonna happen. Now, hold up, 34. All right, let me just do it from this area then. Bam. Oh, come on now. Right there. Okay, there we go. All right. Let me get it accurate as possible. Okay, 39 and a half, right? Just for the sake of that. So, matter of fact, hang on, I should have did a different color just to make sure. There we go. All right. So that becomes now the new what? Gun line or the mean line, right? It's a trend line within what? A trend channel. Make sense? And then you have the guidelines in terms of moving average. Once they get up in there too, cool, they'll also help out. So you're doing the same thing. You're playing the same game. It's the same game, guys. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Okay,
My bad.
so much. So you got $5, right? We'll be accurate about it, right? Even though we know we try to play this old $6 thing, but we'll go along with it, right? So let's do this here. We'll clean that up a little bit. That's an ugly 5 there. So we got 550. 550 to the upside, and we got minus 550 to the what? To the downside, right? This is your equilibrium line, right? Your mean line, reversion line, right? That's the magnet at this point. That's the magnet at this point. It want to trend at or around that point, and it's noted by over here. See right here? Resistance. See that candle there? See the wicks right there? Resistance. See right here? That candle right there? Resistance. See out there? Not making this stuff up. Y'all see how this stuff works. This is how it works. You now are playing from here to here to here to here. That's how your options will be now noted as potential values until this trend changes. Either it breaks out of the trend or breaks above it, or it stays within it and now starts to consolidate and build a new channel. And they getting ready to drop what? They first set of what? First set of
Vehicle,
what?
cars, the EV.
Or in this case, delivery what?
EVs.
But it's delivery what in particular?
Numbers.
Never, right? We know what the EV, right? So, because this is the understanding of what? Potential what? Profit, right? These are cars that are sold, right? When Tesla drop its EV numbers or deliver them, that means these are cars that have been what? Sold, right? At this point. That means you can put a dollar number attached to it. Now you can start mapping out their what? Their revenue based on those sales. And if they got an estimate of what those sales may be on their first delivery, then that's what that's what Wall Street is looking to see, if they hit that number or exceed that number. If they hit or exceed that number, would that be bullish or bearish?
Bullish.
It'll be a bullish what? A bullish catalyst, right? Would cause it to probably what? Trend more. Oh, they hit their delivery numbers, right? See how that works? Piecing it all together. Putting it all together. That's what makes this stuff awesome, right? So news tab, right? Let's say talks with auto plant plans. The minister said Saudi Arabia and talks with automakers on plant plans. Oh, that might be some news with, I don't know who that is particular, but yep, look, there it is. This news just came out when?
Today.
Y'all see it there, right? That news just came out today. When particularly today too. That's important because sometimes time matters, right? It came out what time right there?
Said 2:00.
1411, right?
Yep.
So that's more news on top of the already trending aspect of the what? Delivery numbers, right? Now, this is what they call fuel on the fire. Saudi Arabia in talks with several car makers about manufacturing in the country. Saudi Investment Minister Khalid Al-Falih told Reuters that what? Announcement expected this year. That's before what? Before 2021, get out of here. Right? Discussions are part of plans to attract foreign investment to support the transformation of Saudi Arabia's economy and diversity away from what? See right there? Even Saudi Arabia trying to get away from that. They make their whole life on what? Oil. They want some sand and oil over there, right? Barons over there, oil barons, from all that good oil that's sitting up underground, sweet crude. And they even trying to transform what? Their scenario now. Because the world moving towards what? Clean energy, so apparently, right? Supposedly. They want to have that divestiture, right? They want to be able to have both, right? The car manufacturer will be announced before what? Year end. A car manufacturer. Might be more, but as of now, that means what? Singular, all right? A car manufacturer will be announced before year end. And following that, there will be another one or two car manufacturers, right? Obviously, when they establish one, they're going to try to get more. And they will be cars of the what? Future. Felice said, right? Luxury electric car maker Lucid is evaluating the opportunity for manufacturing in what?
Saudi Arabia.
See, but the company is company's board, excuse me, has to decide based on economics and competitiveness of choosing the Saudi market, right? They said now, as of now, where can you buy a Lucid Air car? Only where? For now, you can only buy it where? In America, right?
Right.
They don't have no plants nowhere else, right? They're not like Tesla, right? They're not like Ford. They only have plants in America. They just started, right? They at the first of everything, right?
Right.
How important would it be if they can get that contract to get them a manufacturing plant in Saudi Arabia with Saudi money behind it?
Be huge.
So the board is weighing those options right now. You best believe they are, right? Because that means that's good money, right? To them, they're like, that's good money. That's steady money. That's Saudi money. They got resources to back their currency, right? Unlike America, right? Shots fired, fiat currency, right? Shots fired.
That's that
We hope
Arab money.
Is it what you call it, over?
That's that Arab money.
You know that what they call it, especially in New York. Is that what they call that Arab money, right?
Yeah.
Arab money, right? Right. So again, that's important. That's a good actual catalyst to their value. So we hope they'll choose the kingdom, right? It's no secret that they're evaluating the kingdom. So this is somebody on that side speaking about, hopefully it'd be Lucid. That means they favor Lucid. This guy here again, what his name? Feli, whatever his name is. Feli, I'm gonna call it Feli. Like you like shoes, Feli. Feli, old Minister of Khalid Feli. Right? At the end of the day, they'll make a decision. Feli said, see, there it is, during the interview with Reuters. The July listing of Lucid, which aims to compete with what? Tesla, was a huge dividend for Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, PIF. See, they were already in the stock. So, of course, they would want that stock. They already invested in it. Its main state investor, which invested more than $1 billion in the company in 2018. Look at there. So anyway, y'all get it, right? So this gives Lucid a new, they call it a new lease on life, even though they was already still new, right? This helps establish their price action value to stay somewhat, maybe, to establish them a new trend inside this box now until they break out of this box and go what? Potentially higher. Potentially. But that's all this stuff is. You establishing trend. From there you start, when you establish the trend, figure out what the trend is to callus or the popular scenario or whatever, like we talk all the things with trends. Then you establish the trend lines, which we did. There, see, trend lines, right? Trend lines. Put some guardrails on it. Put some training wheels on it, right? All right, and then you look at from that point. Now you establish the what? The trend what? The trend channel. This becomes now the new potential trend channel, right? When you establish the trend channel, right? Then you could dumb it down because now you got some guardrails on it. You got a kill box. Now you can start planning the money inside that trend channel. 5 up or 5.5 up, 5.5 down, right? You can play that in a different way. Common shares, you can play it through options, right? That's your window now. You got a kill box of 5 points to the upside, 5.5 points up to the upside, downside if you stay at that midline. Based upon news coming out, this, that, the third, whatever, until something fails. Either it breaks out of the channel to the downside, or it breaks out of the channel. If it stays in it and just pings up, right? Pings down, right? Guess what? Play ball. You do it with the level of safety and knowing what's going on inside that trend channel. So that's the part again. You spotting the opportunity within that channel, right? Either upside or downside, at the point of the peak, or at the point of the what? The trough, right? Again, not hard. This is all about trend value here. This is all about trend value. That's what this is, guys. No more, no less. Now, convince me y'all can't do this. Convince me you guys are not able to do this. Anybody? So anybody convince me y'all won't be able to break this stuff down like this and make it make sense? Dollars and cents. Anybody? If you can't, say you can't, because we're going to help you get there. That's the whole point. That's what this training is for. right? That's what we come over here for, right? But somebody convinced me they can't make that make sense. Establish a trend, figure out the trend lines, and then establish the trend channel. Then from there, spot the opportunity, and then from there, go out and execute, act on it. This is the part of that, the whole ideal of it, of the opportunity. This is what it takes. It could be Lucid, it could be Tesla, it could be Ford, it could be, y'all. I think somebody put in a few different stocks, right? Y'all had what else? Y'all had Tesla trend, y'all had Ford, y'all had Lucid. What was the other one? It was in the chat. Some of you guys put it in there. What was
The GM?
it was somebody said GM, right? Somebody said CHPT, right? Charge Point. Charge Point is another one, right? We talked about Charge Point a while back, right? Charging station, right? Sonny alluded to a little bit of that with Shell, right? Shell always being able to offer charging stations at their gas stations called green stations, whatever, at the Shell stations. It's coming. Imagine that you'll put up the Exxon Mobil or the racetrack or Speedway, wherever you're at around the world, Valero, wherever gas station is popular in your area, BP. And not only is it going to be gas pump, it's going to eventually be what there? Electric vehicle charge stations there too. Y'all notice that the only way you don't see those electric charge points is at gas stations? Y'all notice that?
Yep.
True story. You only see them at grocery stores, department stores. That's the only way you see them. Not making this up. Matter of fact, there's one up here in the Cheesecake Factory, up here where I'm staying. I ain't even making this up. It's next to the Cheesecake Factory. You come out, you'll get you some cheesecake and charge your little electric vehicle up while you're in there getting some cheesecake or something. True story. They got them all over. It's inside of a shopping center though, but the parking lot. But it's right behind. I was like, this is crazy. But that's it. But you have not seen not one of those electric vehicle charging stations at a gas station because that's a conflict. Say again.
You got to pay to charge the EVs.
Depends, right? Some of them offer it free. It's through the I forgot how it's called. Don't get me to saying the whole idea because I got a buddy that own one. Cause eventually I want to get one. I'm asking, but no, it should be set
My
up.
job has them for free. You can charge.
Yeah, it should be free. I'm saying that's how they offer it. That's the value of having it because it's a part of you controlling the emissions, right? So it's an incentive to offer it. They're going to allow you to use their power, right?
Subscription.
Yeah, I was about to say, is it a subscription based?
Right. See, it's like, you go to airport, you plug that phone in, use that power a little bit, but it's a part of, it can be subscription. I'm going to look, I'm going to find out though, but y'all might be already on it, right? Y'all already got the
One
information.
of the perks.
The free ones take the longest though.
Right. They're just not as fast. Mm-hmm. Right. So it's like the supercharger. You got that phone, the new phone, they call fast charger, and you got the old car, and you be sitting there waiting for that. Right. But
that's also what I want to look up too. Some companies that do the electric vehicle charging.
Now we've done a lot of videos on them over Chris. You already know the Charge Point. I know you're gonna keep doing, but do research. But right, EV or EVgo, right? EVGO, right? Blink, right?
Yeah.
Called F Cell, right? There's also what's the other one?
Got them already.
Hey, plug on a different side because they still, somewhat in that space a little bit. What's the other one? It's like one or two other ones too, right? I think is it clean? I don't know how clean is the one that deal with all that, but I think it has some
Blink
aspect.
or something like that.
Yeah, but we said Blink, right? BLNK, EVGO, Charge Point. Charge Point supposed to be like one of the top tier, right? Between them and EVGO, they supposed to be top.
They have the largest amount of shares in the market.
What meaning? The stations? Or that what you're saying?
Yeah.
There you go. Yep. And this is Volta, right? Overgo said Volta, right? That's another one, right? You're gonna start seeing them now. See, that's what's great about it. See, when y'all moving about, I think Sister Kiana was saying that too at a job. All you gotta do is go there and see who the name of that company that sponsored that, that charging station, right? And if you start seeing that name out more than often, that means they're growing, obviously. So that if they publicly traded, see,
I'll have to look at it when I go back. Because it's like gray. They have a gray and orange logo.
See, And
Hey, over.
keep in mind, guys, we still are at the preliminary stages of this what? Infrastructure bill. It ain't even passed yet. So they waiting to cut the check. We already got some ideas of the numbers, right? Even though they kind of messing the numbers up right now. They won't, this much, that many million. But nonetheless, you know what's coming. Make sense? And a good portion of that is going to go to what? EV charging stations. So they're just waiting for the check to get cut. They know it's coming. They just don't know what extent, how much it'll be, but it's coming. So when it does happen, right now, these stocks are speculative running into the, like they say, you run into the what? Into the news. They're trending based upon the what? The idea of, or the catalyst being that of the what? The infrastructure bill actually being what? Passed, right? So they're just front running it. Because right now, even in an inflationary environment, with commodity prices up, people trying to stay away from oil. That's why oil is expensive now. Who wants to be paying $5-8 a gallon for a gallon of gas right now?
Nobody.
I would love to have an EV right now. True story. Joker at the pump, sitting there make a life decision. Like Cat Williams said, boy, you put $20 of gas in your car right now. As soon as you put that thing in there, it go click, click. Boy, ain't no gas in that car. Ain't no gas in that car. You know ain't no gas in that car. But a gallon of gas, about $12. There ain't no gas in there. You got 2 gallons. You can't even go across town to see your boo. Yeah, I gotta meet you halfway, honey. Like, halfway, I can't deal with you. You broke. You can't even make it all the way to my house. I can't even deal. But look at Joe Biden and Jerome Powell got Joker making a hard decision like that right now. Boy, it's bad out there. It's hard out there for a pimp. You would love to have an EV right now. True story.
Or hybrids.
Right, or even the hybrids, right? Because those cars are still getting, gaining good market share right now, still from that value. So if we're going there, and that's the future, and you got people like Saudi Arabia again, this is the oil-bearing land, right? They're trying to divest it obviously into the ideal of clean energy too, because they need that in the infrastructure, right? Because they deal with all this, the high tail clientele that go there for that value. Of course, they're gonna have Teslas over there. Of course, they're gonna have the E-Mach, and they're gonna have the Porsche Taycan and the Audi e-tron. All right, they're gonna have them Mercedes-Benz. They got an electric vehicle coming out. Right, that's their lane. They're gonna be the electric Bentley coming out. Electric Bentley's coming out. Eventually, electric Rolls Royce coming out. You know it's coming, guys. Stop playing. Electric Ferrari's gonna come out. And electric Lamborghini's gonna come out. You know what's happening. Hate, like, love it, indifferent to it.
Well, even Chrysler said they're going to do something with their Dodge Chargers. It's going to be all EV now.
Right? See, as they say, you got to play ball. Right? The rules of engagement is giving you the ideal of what we're going to. See what I'm saying? So Saudi Arabia trying to plan for that right now. China already there. Shanghai Gigafactory, all this stuff. Before that, they already had their own little, EV scenario like that way even before all that stuff. It was already on that level. So that's why I said beginning stage, mid stage, and end stage for even a company like Lucid. They get ready to drop their first delivery numbers. They first report card. Anybody actually know what the date they're gonna drop that number on by the chance? I know I'm going a little deep now. I'll be doing that sometime. Curveball, quiz time. First one get the answer right, I'm gonna send you a sticker in the mail. All right, old school. Right? I'm gonna send you a sticker with a little smiley face on it. All right. Anybody happen to know that date by any chance? It must be recent because the stock shows acting like it ain't it. With the stock broke out today.
Is it end of October?
Yeah, basically, yeah. We basically at the end now, so you have to know what date by any chance. You're right, but definitely. Because what the date, the 28th or 29th tomorrow, of course. 28th today. So yeah, so you only got what 3 days for the end of the month.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to be what day? Either tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, right?
Monday.
They drop news like this. They typically drop news like this on what days? Tesla typically drop his delivery days numbers on what day? On average. If y'all know that or not, I know I'm going a little deep right there. Like, you know that's the African point. They typically drop their numbers on Saturdays. or
that's when
Sunday.
they
Sometimes Elon will play with the
Oh,
shorts. He'll
they
drop on,
number.
right, they
Yeah, they
deliver
number.
them.
Yeah, they always come Saturday.
On Saturdays, because that way the markets ain't open. That way you can't, kind of say they did it for market manipulation. All that stuff. They do it at a point where the markets are neutral, right? And it also, it keeps shareholders honest. You can't wait to get the number on a Friday, then try to sell the shares once you get the move, right? They make you sit through it. You really about you're gonna hold them shares, right? That's how they do you. But that's, so in this case, the numbers that's coming out for Lucid, they're coming out this Saturday. So everybody that's a part of the breakout, if they really about their life and like the growth story of Lucid, you'll be patient and you'll be, steadfast and hold your shares through through those numbers. If you feel like they're going to be great. They should have an estimate. And, like Tesla typically, they try to give you a little breadcrumbs whether or not they find, close to maybe hitting their goal or maybe already hit their goal or whatever, just kind of seeing the level they're having the issues for us manufacturing, stuff like that, right? You can kind of track that stuff by watching the stock or the company they put out perfectly. Everything's on, on the up and up right now. We all good. All systems are go. We don't have any problems with that, with manufacturing. We just, humming along. That's positive to an investor. All right, so that's Saturday that those numbers come out, just on GP. All right, so the stock is up and again making moves. I think it actually went down we went up to $39 today, or near $40, right? Hitting near $40 today, intraday. Big move, makes it from 20, like I say, from $28. Matter of fact, let's just do the OHLC, right? That way we make it real easier. The low of the day was 28.08, right? The high of the day was what? What was the high today on Lucid? Anybody? What was the high today on Lucid? Can y'all see it there?
Not really.
Go look at the
39.78.
OHLC. Y'all know I love the OHLC. Y'all know that's my thing now. Y'all just better see that
39.78.
really quick. You see it up there?
39.78.
Yeah.
39.78. So the low was 28.08. The high was 39.78. How much is that point differential? In terms of point differential, how much is that?
About $11.
So about $11, right? It's about $11 some change, near 12, right? No, that the entire move of that new channel that we in right now. That's why we said $11 at the point, so it was 12 down here. So that's the new channel. So that's a whole $11. It went the entire channel of the breakout of the old previous channel almost, plus minus $1, right? Whatever, or minus $1, or $1 or 50 cents, whatever. But that's $11 move from peak to trough, or from trough to peak in this point. And it closed at what? 35, what? I want to say what, 35.48? And then after hours, it went up again, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Yeah, I think it went up. Yeah, it did. Let's see. Yeah, let me go over here real quick. Yep. See right there? Look at that. Look what it did after hours. True story. All right. Look at that right there. Market closed at what? What did it close at? Where we at? 1,600. Get on there, 1,600. It closed at 35.07, somewhere around there. Gapped up, ran down to 33.03, 33.33. Look at that number there, 33.33. I don't know what that is there, but yeah. All right. And then what? Blasted off to the upside. All this stuff happened after hours, guys. It went basically from 33.33 up to literally 36.62. Consolidated pullback. It was that fry pan bottom again. So I established that right there, that J hook pattern, that cup and handle. That means it might be getting ready to break out again tomorrow, potentially. Depends on how the market gonna act up, because of Apple and Amazon wet the bed today on earnings. But this stock is running on what? Momentum into those delivery numbers. So do you think they care about Amazon missing earnings, Apple missing earnings? Do you think they care about any of that? They're like, no, we on a whole different wavelength over here. We excited about it. Say again?
That ain't got nothing to do with me.
Nothing to do with me. Like my name Bennett, and I ain't in it, right? Old school. Right? I wasn't there. Look, Mr. Charlie, I wasn't. I wasn't even over there by that machine. I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't even there. Getting ready to break out again. J hook patterns, rounded bottoms. There we go. So yeah, 36.28. It closed at 36.28. After going down as low as 33.33, it pulled up, ran up another $3 whole dollars. That means that's somebody bullish on this stock. Again, this stock has a float of about 1.5 billion shares too. That's what it be. Not the M. That's a lot of shares. So that means the momentum is still intact. The trend is, see, look at that chart right there. That means the trend is still still intact. Look at that move right there. So from here all the way across, right? Of course, if if you put your put your training wheels on it, right? We talking about trends, right? Trend lines, all that stuff, right? Now, this ain't gonna be the most accurate line, but bear with me. I'm at the curve a little bit. I'm trying to freehand it, but y'all get it, right? So right at that point there, see right there, and then you would say, okay, what was the peak? The peak was here, right? You pull that peak down, and you tap those top pieces down. Well, of course, they ain't accurate, but y'all get my point. It'd be somewhere around there. What kind of pattern is that right there? You see that there's lines I just put on there, trend lines I just put on there. What kind of pattern would that be? If you do it at the peak point, and just say we line that thing down right there, what is that right there?
Bull flag.
All day, every day. Anybody unsure about that? Anybody don't know what that is right there? All day, every day. Good old-fashioned bull flag, which denotes bullish sentiment still. So again, trend lines, trend channels, spotting opportunity. You guys getting this stuff? Y'all with me? I know we going late. I'm getting ready to get off here in a minute. I said I'm gonna be on too long, but is it making sense? Is anybody getting anything out of this?
Yes.
Anybody? If you ain't, let me know, because I'm gonna work a little harder. Right? The next time we go live, I'm gonna work harder. I really want this to be in a position where we can dumb this stuff down and make it make sense, because this is how markets are reflecting this stuff. It's the markets, not me. It's what the markets is reflecting. That's clear as day. That's clear as day a bull flag. And I guarantee, right, just for the sake of this, before we get ready to get off here, let's do this real quick. Let's do this really quick here. Let's run over here. Where is this do at? Let's go to Twitter. Right? Right? So y'all know how we find stocks on Twitter, right? Y'all know we went over this like a million times, right? How do you find stocks on Twitter? It's under what? Yeah, I already cheated now. I shouldn't have put it up there. How do you find stocks? Say again?
It's like money sign or pound sign, one of them.
Right? Or we call it what? When you get the cash out, what's it called? Cash tag. Not hashtag, but what? Cash tag. So you go cash tag. And what's loose? See, it's already up. See right there? See right there? See it already popped up? Y'all see that, right? Can y'all see my screen? I'm sorry, I got to stop and say that before I see it, because I want to make sure y'all see this. Y'all see it?
Yeah.
Can y'all see it? I'm asking.
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah,
That mean that stock is doing what? Starts with a T?
Trending.
Ric Flair style. Flexing.
That means it's trending. Good old fashioned T word. Trending. Right? Look here. Look at that. We just read the news, right? Look here. Look at this joke here. Who this is right here?
Yeah, that's Abdul.
Habib, right? Abdul, right? What is that? Y'all know what I'm saying. No disrespect to the Sada family out there. Y'all say, right? I'm gonna call him Rollo. I'm gonna go against the gram. I'm gonna call him. Look at Rollo. Rollo in front of the Lucid.
About to buy
Crown
that
Prince who?
cash.
Salmon. I get that salmon. I don't know. It look like salmon to me. Receiving what? The first Lucid. The number one Lucid on the 28th. So is he the first one to get one? That's basically what they're trying to say here, right?
Yep.
That looked
paid
like that
cash.
car already in Saudi Arabia, right? He taking a picture of it, right? That look like some Saudi Arabia there. They building just like that. That's Saudi Arabia. That means he the first one to get. See that connection with Saudi Arabia now and Lucid? They just showed you earlier on that news article that they was one of the first ones to invest in Lucid, right? $1 billion, remember? All right, y'all connecting the dots. Look, I'm gonna be quiet. That happened on that news came out on the 26th. Or the person that posted that came out on the 26th. Today is the 28th.
Oh, but what you say? Hint, hint, wink, wink.
Hint, hint, wink, wink. Jokers don't want to get this work today. Y'all gonna get this work today. See right there? Dreams come true. Deliveries on Lucid Air begin on what? October the what? 3rd with an exclusive what? Dream delivery event in what? California. So they're gonna have an event and everything. Just like Facebook had this little dirty little metaverse, event today. I guess y'all, I'm gonna call it dirty. Y'all know I am about Facebook. Right? I hate Facebook. A little dirty little metaverse event today. I watched it too, just on GP, because I am an investor first. Right? I don't know if y'all saw it or not. Did y'all see it by any chance? Facebook event day today on the metaverse.
No, I didn't.
It was weird. Go ahead.
Did he really change Facebook to Metaverse?
That's the name. It's called Meta. Not even Metaverse. It's called Meta. They're gonna change
Yeah,
the
I've
name to
seen
Meta.
some of.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
Facebook
crazy,
new name
man.
is going to be Meta, like Meta World Peace.
Yep, he should be suing them.
Right? I'm like, where run our test
Use
at? Boy, you
his
better go
name.
get that bag. I copyrighted it. I copyright, bro. You stealing my. Y'all know Facebook is the king of stealing. Let that marinate. Facebook new name is going to be Meta. People still know y'all still raggedy. You can't put lipstick on a pig. We know you still a pig, right? They need to stop. But whatever, right? Look at that boy right there. Look at that paint, boy. That paint wet, bro.
Nice.
Woo.
Burgundy.
I think that look nice there. So yeah, so this is cash tag. This is how you come get all this. Get to see all these right here trending top news, and then you go to the latest, right? The latest gives you all the stuff that's just happening right away. Look here, this just came out 44 seconds ago. CEO Lucid Media, a guy named Peter Off. That's the guy that invented, or he was a part of those, the first people who came up with the concept of Tesla. I don't know if y'all know that or not. That's the backstory. These are the guys who actually really founded the Tesla. Elon Musk was just what they call a financier. I don't know if y'all know that or not. He was also part of the engineer, but he was more the financier. These were the true brains behind Tesla. This guy right here, and then it was another guy. True story. So that's how they know Tesla, because they built Tesla, literally. That's why they was able to successfully go out and build this new Lucid Air car. Remember, I was talking about Lucid Air last year. No secret. I was talking about Lucid last year. Even in 2019, we was talking about, oh, this car is going to be about that life. And here it is. Right? Right? So that's why they go in and see no fake promise on like their other rich CEO. They talking about, shots fired at Elon. That's what that's all about. No tweets, no laser focused deliveries and minimum fanfare. Blow past come back. See? You just quietly invented. Right? So people over here, getting ready for tomorrow. These jokers ain't getting no sleep tonight. Y'all know how that stuff be. Look at it. It's still more stuff dropping. 22 seconds ago, 29 seconds ago. Right? They getting fired up. But y'all know how that stuff be. Joker ain't getting no sleep tonight. None. And before we get out of here, I'm gonna show y'all something too, because y'all know this is what GameStop and AMC went through a little bit, right? In their own respective values of potential catalysts of what caused it, right? The trend, right? I'm gonna show y'all something on the way out the door here. But see, they all fired up here. They all fired up. FOMO Friday on deck, right? Tomorrow, $100 now. See, that person there going a little overboard. Not that it can't happen, but that's a $1.5 billion float. Or, 1.5 billion, float, right? Share for share, right? Right? Yeah. They fired up. Basically, all that's cash tag. Now, of course, they stock twits and all that stuff like that too, right? But they getting fired up. I mean, and they just rapid posting. That's why it's trending. 7 minutes. I mean, that's why it's trending, right? They all fired up for tomorrow, right? And you best believe it trended after hours too. So whatever, right? Some people trying to short it. You know, it's going. You have to, like you said earlier, gonna be shorts and gonna be both, right? Right. Somebody saying 60. They keep saying that's 60, right? Typically, when you start seeing consensus numbers like that, that's another way that it possibly can be. I've been in rooms like that where people say this is the actual number. We're gonna shoot for it, and they'll try to actually go shoot for it. So, $60, you keep seeing that thrown around. Somebody got what, 45, 55? It's speculative. Don't take it with a grain of salt. It's speculative, right? You got the dancing little boy here. I don't know what, something like that. I don't know. He wide open. Right? They fired up. So let's do this real quick. Let me get out. You guys are getting late. We're getting ready to hit that 12 o'clock mark. I want to keep, we've been on long enough, right? But real quick, where's my bar chart tab at? Now, what makes this whole interesting scenario tomorrow, and matter of fact, even next week, interesting, because I did all this stuff a day or so ago. Well, yesterday, actually, to be exact. And I've watched it again today. Where's my bar chart? There it is. I'm like, where's my bar chart at? Right? Show y'all this real quick here. Right? Here we go. What happened? Matter of fact, I don't know. Sister Kiana still on? Let me see. If she's still on, she might be late. I know she got to get up tomorrow and go to work. And she's back to work now. But y'all was a part of this too. Well, some of y'all who also was a part of that GameStop and AMC squeeze, right? But none of that, I talked about it like at length, right? About what caused it, right? What caused GameStop and AMC to squeeze? What kind of squeeze was it?
Gamma.
Say it again, Oba.
Gamma squeeze.
What is a gamma squeeze? I know I did through that very fast, like, but I'm learning. I ain't know it like that. But what is a gamma squeeze? Anybody? What is a gamma squeeze?
That's when the institution trying to short the stock because they want to push it down, but the retail investors supposedly ran it up and just killed them.
In layman terms,
they had to cover. They had to hedge their bets, so they had to cover. So because they ran it up, that means they were losing money because they were hedging that the stock was going to go down.
So that's more definitive side, but but it's also blocked within the ideal of definitive value within what caused a gamma squeeze. Can you have a gamma squeeze just from buying the common shares alone?
Common shares?
Or do you have to buy it through derivatives, which we know to be what?
Derivatives.
Options.
Through options, right? So it only can happen through what?
Yeah, because you can buy more options. You can hedge. So since it's an institution, they're not going to buy a regular. They're going to hedge with the stocks, the option portion.
So it can only happen through what? Through what? You said it. Somebody said it too, and you said it as well. Over.
With the hedge.
It only happen through
hedging.
Or buying what? Like we on the page right now.
Options.
It only happens through what?
Option chain.
Option. It does not happen through common shares. It only happens through what? The whole idea that is the denotation value of it is called what? Gamma squeeze, right? Gamma is part of the what? The Greeks, right?
Option Greeks.
Yep. Yes. That's option Greeks. So that you already hear that word. You already know. That's options, right? If a person ever came out like, yeah, we had a gamma squeeze, stop. That stock didn't even got options. bro, you don't need to, because you know what only happens during options. And now, because you gave a good layman explanation, I like that. Now, somebody pull up me the definitive definition of gamma squeeze really quick, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna get off here. Somebody pull it up for me really quick, if y'all don't mind. Anybody, pull it up, the definition of gamma squeeze. Anybody, really quick. What is the gamma squeeze definition, the definitive value? What is the gamma squeeze? What is the gamma squeeze? What is a gamma squeeze? Anybody?
Okay. You ready?
Yes, ma'am. Wrote a song about like the hit go.
I see real quick, this one is from gobankingrates.com. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear.
It says a gamma squeeze is usually extreme, forcing investors to buy more stock due to open options in the underlying stock. A gamma squeeze is behind what happened in early January 2021 as shares of GameStop and AMC Entertainment Holdings rose suddenly. We need a better, hold on.
That gets to give you a roundabout figure. So close, but go ahead.
Yeah.
You on it?
It represents the rate of change in the delta for a unit price change in the
ROC
underlying
indicator.
stock
I'm sorry.
or index. Yes.
Keep going.
It represents the rate of change, the ROC, in the delta for a unit price change, is that UPC, in the underlying stock or index. Delta is a measure of the rate of change in the option premium, whereas gamma measures the momentum. In other words, gamma measures movement risk.
Measures the rate of change in the delta for each 1 point increase in the underlying asset, which is gamma. Delta, obviously, you know that it measures the sensitivity of an option theoretical value. Excuse me, or it's what intrinsic value, right? Change in the price of underlying asset, right? Delta gamma, right? It's gamma squeeze, right? Always affects the delta. That causes the delta what? To rapidly what? Increase rapidly during a gamma squeeze. That means you might be sitting at a 95 delta, and if you have a gamma squeeze event happen where you have this what they call explosive move to the upside and short start to cover rapidly, obviously in selling they put, often in this case in options, they relinquish those puts, that caused that delta to extremely explode up to what? Full 100 value of a delta, right? That means you getting point for point at that point. No matter how much you paid for your position to get in, once it hit that strike price above, you can get that full 100, right? And I'm looking for something specific, but because that's the definition more them to define what basically happened within that of GameStop. But the true definitive definition of what a gamma squeeze is, I want to get that real quick before I show y'all this, and then we're gonna get off here. But somebody give me that, because y'all know the first place you go to what? Go to the Bible, right? Going over to who?
Investopedia.
Give me that definition real quick. Or you can find it on Google too, but it has to be the definitive definition real quick. Somebody give me that really quick. Then I'm gonna show you guys, and then we'll move on. I need to get this recorded because since we're recording, I just gotta make sure I have it on paper, right? What is that definition of a gamma squeeze?
All right. I'm seeing gamma definition.
What is a gamma squeeze? This Vic's popping right now. What Nikkei doing? What the Hang Seng doing? China's still down. What is a gamma squeeze? Yeah, I thought y'all would have had that thing by now. Come on, but y'all, but all that money y'all done gave away. Ooh, all that money is gone right now. Why y'all had to do that in real time, but that money be gone right now. That's something did this. Young.
Blew my account.
Right? You blew your counter, right? That money been gone, boy. Y'all better put that up in 2 seconds. Well, come on. I'm gonna give you that definition real quick. Gamma squeeze. Anybody, everybody, anybody.
Okay, let me go
Squeeze.
back. Investopedia doesn't have it straight out like that. They have the gamma definition. Let me see something. I have to.
Somebody give me
Smart
that.
Assets says a gamma squeeze happens when the underlying stock's price begins to go up very quickly within a short period of time. As more money flows. Wait, I gotta open it up. Shoot. Everything's so slow. Let's do this again. Gamma squeeze
I'm looking for a
explained.
specific value or interest value or a value of information within that value of the gamma squeeze. It makes it superlative. Specific.
You sound like encyclopedia.
Right? I'm digging that because I want y'all, man, this is what we do, right? Again, y'all know how this stuff go. This how we get it. This
Okay.
how we stay.
Are we
ahead of
looking
it.
for a short squeeze? A short squeeze?
It's a form of a short squeeze, but obviously we know that happens only in options only. So we know, it's a short squeeze, but it's a different.
A squeeze can happen when, hold on.
No, gamma squeeze though. It has to be gamma squeeze.
Gamma squeeze, when stock prices experience rapid shifts, the conditions may be ripe for a squeeze. In this scenario, investors may find themselves buying or selling shares of stock outside their normal trading pattern in order to minimize losses. A gamma squeeze is an extreme example of this, in which investor buying activity forces a stock's price up, often quite sharply. Okay, then they're associated with options trading, and they can be problematic for the investors who do not fully understand how they work. A financial advisor can provide, oh no, this is not helping me. Can it provide valuable advice about gamma squeezes and option trading? Squeeze can happen when stock prices unexpectedly come under pressure. Investors who own the stock may feel squeezed by rapidly changing prices, and as a result, they change their positions in the stock. That's all this one says.
You ain't giving me what I want.
Like, gamma squeeze is caused by the market maker, not by the trader.
Right. Well, they have something to do with it, right? Because they're the ones
You want
that,
the Greeks?
Or right, because when delta hedging goes out of whack, that's when stocks expand, right? That means that the market makers can't account for all this expansive volume, right? They can't keep up fast enough to kind of hedge the position, right? Because the market makers are always trying to be delta neutral, right? They're trying to keep markets balanced, right? And it's going sideways and up, right? When you have exorbitant buying, it causes that, and you have shorts covering at the same time. That's what causes the squeeze, obviously, right? But in this case, if it's options orientated, that means if there's exorbitant amounts of calls coming in, and it's overrunning all the puts, that means now, right, the market maker has to try to bounce all that call euphoria by buying they got to jump into the fire, literally, in front of the bullets. They got to start buying a lot of puts, right? But what happens is the call buying overruns them too, like a tug of war, and then in there having to do they got to start covering too, right along with retail too at the same time. And then when the gamma squeeze actually happens, it happens because of one thing and one thing only too, though. And that's what I'm looking for here.
It leads to buying short-dated call options in the stock on a large scale. A call option's value increases when the underlying stock it's associated with increases in value. Meanwhile, this puts the institutional investors selling the options in a short position.
They're just saying the covering. So that just speaking about the squeeze. All right, so I didn't put y'all on the hangnail. I didn't check Facebook. Facebook. YouTube all night. Let me see if anybody over there might got something going on. Who over there talking? Yeah, brother, everything run ties, brother Anthony or brother Rams and them over there. They did going in. Yeah, this is our training night, so y'all know how this stuff go. We don't really we focus off in the training, but this is for the training people. But I just want to make sure see if anybody puts something in there, right? But so basically, what is happening in that moment, right? And we talked about it.
You got the institutional investors who had to cover their short position. Oh, okay.
That's just the squeeze again. That's the circle. That's the squeeze. That's just strictly the squeeze.
Okay.
We talked about this. When you're looking at this, what is this called, guys? What is this right here called? I'm on right now. Just the overall name. What is this right here called?
Option chain.
Right? Or a flow chart, right?
Flow chart.
Option chain flow chart, right? If you look at this right here, just from the sake of this particular stock, right? Let me do this real quick. You see what I just did? I put show what?
Show all.
Show all.
So that means all this right here is all the what? The dated strikes or contracts that was written for this company within this time frame from what? To 11/19 expiration date. These are all the positions that are accounted for. Y'all see this here?
Right.
It goes from what price?
2250
to what?
70.
But right now the stock is somewhere what? Somewhere around the what?
45.
Right, the middle, right?
Right.
That's the equilibrium. Even the puts and balls being bought at around there. Or if they had earnings though, that's why it's like that. But right, same thing, right? So that means anything below 2250, the stock was to drop. There's no contracts underneath that, right?
Right.
That means if the stock had some egregious new and broke and went all the way to 2250 and broke at 2250, what percent happened to the stock at that point? Especially on the option side, since there's no writers that wrote this contract. That means they have to write new contracts right away, right?
Correct. Yeah.
That would cause the stock to do what though? At that 2250, if it broke, it'll start to do what? If it already dropped that far, but it would really start what?
Falling faster.
It'll fall faster because there ain't no contracts underneath the what?
Underneath 2250.
To save it, right?
Right.
Delta hedging out there, market makes nobody. It'll spiral out of control really fast at that point. Make sense? The same thing on the upside. If it was let's say they beat earnings tonight and it was something crazy news, right? Something crazy happened, right? And the stock went from 45 all the way up to what? 65, 70. What other contracts outside of 70?
There are none.
There are none. So if it hits 70, ain't no other contracts out there to what? To hedge that momentum, what's going to happen to the stock? It's going to what?
It's going to jump.
It's going to what? Or squeeze like never before, right?
The delta's going to increase.
And the delta's going to, say it again?
Increase.
Because there's no delta contract at that point. So everything above that going to be 100 plus. And it's going to be rapid premium. It's going to be point for point. You're going to get tick for tick, like a tick chart, right? 33 tick chart, you're going to get tick for tick. You're going to get all that bread. You're going to see your P&L. If it's been at the gamma screen, you see it, that option, when they be turning over, and them is going to look like an equalizer. And it's just going to be going up. You're like, God, I'm making all this money, but you're going to be scared. Boy, you're like, FBI outside my door? I'm supposed to be making all this money. Right there outside my door, let me get my pistol, right? That's what happens in the gamma squeeze. That's when there's no other covering aspect of underlying contract to be spoken for. Everything beyond that point is what they call price discovery. In essence, it's gamma squeezing at that point. The gamma, which is again the measure rate of change, what in the delta for what I just said earlier, for what each what
each
contract on the screen for each what. No, the definition of gamma says measures the rate of change in what the delta for what each what
1 point.
1 point of increase in underlying asset value. Beyond that 70 is 100% delta. 100% delta. Even if it's not already 100% before we get there, because if it's already squeezing, that means it's already running up the delta, right? It's already taking that delta from maybe 92 up to 100. Make sense?
Right.
Yes.
Yep.
Definitely when it hits 70, it's game over. Ain't no 92, ain't no 93, ain't no nothing. It's straight 100, all the way 100 plus. It just like this here. That equalizer like this here on that dial. When y'all listen to that music and that thing be bent over to the right, everything at that point, your eardrum just sitting there screaming. Ooh, boy, it's just in here beating.
Count the bags.
You can't hear nothing at that point in the earphone. That's what's happening in that moment. You counting the bags. That's what happened with GameStop. That means they had no other contracts outside the price that was already set for that expiration date in that contract. Is that y'all with me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm finna show y'all. Now I'm gonna joke this here. I know I took y'all around the world to do that, right? It took us the whole 15 minutes to get there, but that's good because you learn while you what? While you solving problems, right? Look here. I got it on what? Y'all see that, right?
Show
It's
all.
on what? Show all, right? So what do y'all think Lucid Air latest contract gonna be? 70 bucks, 80 bucks,
60, 65,
60 bucks.
65, 70.
Oh, 42. Oh, that's money. And the option's still cheap. Well, for right now.
Who's that peeking through my window? Ah, nobody. Nah. Well, you in there what? Squeezing that pistol. What's that price right there?
42.
What do we hit today in terms of the price? High?
Was it 39?
39.70, right?
Yeah.
That's where it settled at. It settled at that. That delta off at that point was every bit up there because it was squeezing so fast throughout there. It was every bit of 98, 97, 99, not near 100. After the stock started really squeezing, right?
Yeah.
See, that contract expires what? Tomorrow, right? We got literally 3 points away from hitting the what? Say it with me, class, right? Say it. We got 3 points away from hitting the what? Starts with a G, ends with an S.
Squeeze.
3 points away from hitting the gamma squeeze. You best believe when we got near 39, near 40, market makers had to buy all kind of heads. They had to hedge this thing best they could because they know if it would have got at that point, they would have got murked. And all the short sellers that were shorting it and everybody else. Make sense? They not in the clear yet. They got to get through tomorrow.
How about Monday? Even Monday? After delivery numbers?
I was going see, like mine. That means if this thing, if was a fifth, we all be drunk. If this thing make it up to $42 tomorrow, y'all saw what they're doing over there on Twitter over there. What? Them jokers ain't getting no sleep tonight. They up on No Dose, Jack Daniels. They got the OnlyFans pages up. Everything they can stay woke. But they ain't going to bed at night, boy. Y'all know them jokers there when they feel like they finna hit a lick. They ain't go. That's how it was with GameStop and AMC. I remember like yesterday. They was in that man jokers in Discord room. They were fired up. They was on StockTwits fired up. They was on Twitter fired up. Twitch, Telegram, they were fired up, right? And they called the squeeze. The thing went to $500 basically. You know, AMC, GameStop and AMC went up. You know, went up in 2030, right? Me and Kiana was in it, and a few other people was in it that was in it too. Made a lick. You know, turned $50 into what? How much? I made what? Per contract, I made $1,800 off that contract. $50 turned into $1,800 per contract. That contract right now, just on annual. Matter of fact, let me get off the Greeks for just 2 seconds. I'm gonna show y'all this here. All right, this is what make this stuff great. Y'all see what that contract paid out today? Even the 42s today, when it started squeezing from 28, it paid out 2,800% today. The 41s paid out 3,200%. This is where it settled at. Of course, this ain't the true numbers throughout the day because you know when it's squeezing fast, that delta's changed over. Like I said, the gamma's causing the delta turnover. What 1 point for each point? These numbers here are just reflective of maybe where it settled. Some of these numbers were like crazy, like 3,600%. This one here, this 39 strike price, it made how much today? Y'all see that there?
46,000%.
4,600%, right?
Yeah, 4,600%.
4,600%. Right? Let that marinate. I mean, so again, even the people that bought the 42s, they made a killing. Keep in mind, these people bought the things when it was up here at what? $28 a share. before the takeoff, before the liftoff happened today. They was in it Monday, Tuesday last week. And if they would have hit that 42, it'd have been lights out. That means the rate of change at that point, at the point where the market maker could not be able to write, there was no other contracts outside of that. That means they would have to buy the common shares at that point. They would have to hedge against it by trying to buy it through the naked short, which is even more dangerous, right? That's what it would cause to start to squeeze even higher. It could have easily flipped from 42 and ran to like 100 like ain't nothing. You got to account for all that upside. $58 worth of what? Extra now premium on top of that 42 ending contract. They would have to try to play into all that there. And then you'd have been getting point for point on the delta. Straight 100% all the way up there. And you might have bought a contract for like $30, 30, 40 bucks. So that means if it ran to 100, let's say just GP from 42, what's 100 minus 42? What's 100 minus 42? I guess I just said the answer earlier.
58.
But how much?
58.
58. So that means $58 contract right here. $58 would have turned into how much? Say it with me, class. Point for point. This is options. You get 100 shares per contract, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you got 100 delta, you get point for point. As the gamma thing said, gamma squeeze shirt, right? So what's point for point? 58 points times 100 is what?
58.
What's 58 times how much?
5,800.
Say what now?
5,800.
So $58 would have turned into how much?
Times 100, right?
So you said it. It'd have been what? It'd have been what?
5,800.
Say it with the chest, boy. Say it with I'm saying. Say it like you mean.
5,800. 5,800.
$58 would have turned into $5,800.
Oh, okay.
The same way it did for these guys that bought it before it broke out today. That was buying the $28 strike price. You see what they paid for that contract? Right now, they're showing where it landed. They literally paid $40 and $50 for those $28 strikes for the 28 strikes yesterday or the day before. It gained $7.03 today. A killing. Can y'all say a killing? A killing, right? And it squeezed all the way up to, and it was basically getting point for point because the delta was already running fast and it's running close to that gamma point, underlying gamma price.
All right, so only way you're getting 58 per point is when it exceeds the delta, correct, of 100.
Right. And in this case, in this office at this point, you hit that gamma snare, and then it happens even faster because now you have the rate of change is just what? It's infinite, right?
Right.
They can't help delta hedge it fast enough to cover because they know underlying contracts to backstop it. And now the market rate has to do it through common shares, which is more dangerous because that opens them up to more what? Right?
More risk.
All that exposure. As opposed to a put, you're going to lose as much as you have out there on the premium. Make sense?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Somebody,
hold on, let me mute my YouTube. Hold on. I gotta make sure my YouTube. Shit.
Who's this? Oh, Brother Chaos. What's going on, man?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me. I got mute. Hold on. Let me see if I can lower the stream because I fake it's
Okay. Yeah. So at that point, you run it, right? You run it into that price. So tomorrow,
okay, I'm ready.
Speculative, but if it happens tomorrow, it can happen. Make sense? They're at 36 now. If they get away to push it, and it's Friday, if they push it there, expect the gamma squeeze. That's all I'm gonna say.
No,
and right now the people
this, I was gonna say for something like this, would you hedge this?
You could, right? But see, you already know your risk going into tomorrow, right? Because these contracts expire tomorrow. Remember I said typically when you buy a contract expire on the same day, if you got to, you really want to try to buy in the money or at the money, right? Go ahead.
I'll ask a point question.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Oh, brother Mike. So that's the importance of that. See, so that's what makes it great. In that moment, it's game on. But see, people bought these today before the bell run, right? Somebody bought those $56 strike, $56 for the 42 strike call, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the contracts. How many were bought before the bell? 84,000. This is a game start all over again to them in their mind. Now we don't know if we're gonna hit it or not. It's still if was the fifth we'd be drunk, but they planning for it because they know that strike for Gamma is only what a few points away.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And if it hit that, it's gonna rip. Like they're saying, if they loading up for 60, it can go to 60 real quick at that point when they start the gamma squeeze. Because this happening like this really fast. It's that equalizer. It's ripping. And that money is gonna be point for point. That means for every dollar, or every dollar you getting the what? Obviously 100. For
Right.
every tick you getting the $1 easily. So $58 can easily turn into, if it even run to 60, $58 can turn into two grand. Or somewhere around there, 1,800, somewhere around there for $58. That's what makes this stuff awesome.
All right.
Right?
African porn. I gotta ask an important question. Since we're talking about money. I know you heard about the thing where they're trying to do with the tax is trying to, I guess, look into people's accounts if they're around 600. You heard about this?
Yeah, just Janet Yellen. It's gonna be DOA though. They're gonna try to push it, but it's as of now they're already saying that it may be DOA, that they're not gonna be able to implement it.
I know they did one for the cash, but now they want to go like deeper to everybody's accounts.
Right, and that's for anybody that has a banking account, because now they're gonna put it under the guise of the FDIC regulation aspect of it. That's what because it's going to be tied to the Treasury, right? With the banks, central bank scenario. But like I say, again, we'll just role play it. But hypothetically, that would be the case where if anybody has a bank account and that over even an investment account, because they're gonna also try to pry in the FINRA. FINRA actually is a different organization than the FDIC. But nonetheless, if you have $600 or more in your account, they will be able to monitor it, right? Now, again, it's supposed to be to try to catch anybody that's skipping on their taxes, right? Or not being taxed. If it be capital gains or just basic, income tax, right? Or, sales tax, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very, again, at this point, they've almost all but shut it down or shot it down on both sides, Republicans and Democrats, because they're like, that's just a little too, it'll be a little too much. But this is what Janet Yellen proposed. This is her whole brainchild.
Oh, that's what she's proposing. But you see, the American public needs to be aware of that to really start looking into that, because that's a problem right there. That's a big problem. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, it could be. Right? Again, it falls under that same thing that Obama enacted, because he was the one that enacted the Patriot Act, which caused the government to spy on what? American people. That came under Obama, right?
I thought it was the Patriot Act was funded by George Bush.
Patriot Act was Obama. They called it the Freedom Act, but it's Patriot. It's Patriot Act. Look it up. True story.
Okay.
Obama did that.
Okay.
And they was able to do just that. They were spying on people. That's when the whole thing, when people start doing what to their camera at night, they start putting the thing up in front of their camera, right?
Yep.
All that.
Oh, yeah, that's what Edward Snowden.
That's where that came from.
That's what Edward Snowden revealed back
exactly.
Almost
WikiLeaks, Eric Snowden, all of them exposed that stuff. That's why they had to get out of it, get out the country. They had to leave, to skip town. Yep. But so that's Janet Yellen brainchild. She tried to. She's the one trying to implement that foolishness, but they DOA'd that. As of now, it's DOA. They're gonna strike that down.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. Well, I'm
Yeah,
just trying to keep up. Cause I heard some dudes talking about they were threatened like that, like something like. But I said, hold on. Unless it's gone through, people will know. But like I said, for them discussing it, it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? Now I know the one they already passed with the Cash App thing. You know what I'm saying? People getting more than $600 in Cash App, then they're gonna probably say where the money's going. But
Yeah. Well, you're under the federal standard under the what's the thing called? Well, it goes through the Federal Reserve. I don't even call it what it is. The Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve does all ACS transfers, right? They basically they are the mediator between every ACS transfer or every wire transfer. Meaning before that money hits its end destination, it has to go through the Fed first. They go check it. It's like IT stuff, encapsulation packs, sync and acknowledgement. They check it. They make sure ain't no money laundering attached to it, anything like that. They check it before they send it, right? That's standard, right? And it's $500. That's why everything at $500 or better in terms of federal standard, is a felony. In terms of illegality, right, or felonious stuff, it considers a felony at $500. So that's why, you know, even in that perspective, when she said that at $600, whatever, that easily clarifies it definitely would be a felony if something was, you know, illegal about it, or some to that degree, whether they listed it as felony or not. But that would cause it to be red flag, quote unquote. But yeah, it's going to be DOA. They're not going to add that to the bill because that bill already on shaky ground because of all the pork in it. And, you know, it went from what, 3.5 trillion. Now it's all the way down to around about what, 1.5. And now they're trying to see maybe 2. They already didn't.
Yeah, because it's all about to add more, get more money in this country, you know, that the bill to, you know, to put more in debt, you know what I'm saying? You know,
But it's definitely, you know, a debt laden bill anyway, regardless. And because again, under the conditions of COVID, that's what they're trying to brand it under. But, you know, at the point we've already spending more than we able to produce because of COVID, and then the idea with inflation, to add more to it now, or to the GDP, or excuse me, to the debt, national debt, to a lot of these people that was actually a part of it in the beginning when Trump was doing it, it was all good. But to them, it's like, okay, enough is enough. But everybody gonna say that when it's the opposite party on that. That's the political side of it. But nonetheless, that's what it's all about. But some of it does have value, right? The clean energy part of it, you know, that stuff with the EV credit. Some of it does have. It's always good and bad in each kind of spending package. But that's what it's, you know, what's the hold up with it, right? It's like, no, we ain't finna pass another 3 trillion. We already, you know, sitting at what, about 9. I think we have a run on the balance sheet of the Feds about close to about 9 trillion right now, and that didn't happen in less than what, 4 years. That's unheard of.
Okay.
Never in history, right? That typically happens. Like every sitting president typically has a run on the balance sheet, what they call standard value, around about $2.5 trillion. That's the standard.
Yeah.
Well, it's been, and that's 4 years. It's been 4 years and a half, and we already sitting at 9. Because we could say, yeah, because of COVID too, of course, but unnecessary circumstances. But that still was them being what? They went overboard more than they should have. And they still doing it now. They still foot on the gas, Fed still pumping money into the markets, reverse repo operations.
Yes.
And they doing the doggone mortgage-backed security loans, and then the treasury bond. On top of that, that's another 120 billion every month. 120 billion every month before they start tapering next month, apparently. So that's just free money. And not when I say free money, it's digital money, but it's all accounted for taxpayer future value. Meaning the future generation gonna have to eat that debt. Only for the boomers can make money off of it today. So they setting their kids up the railroad right now for short-term gains. That's American way. So it's a dirty game out there. And all that money is not necessarily going to Main Street. It's going to Wall Street. That's the difference. So if you're not in this game or in this space, you ain't benefiting from it. Because the bureaucratic side of policy gets caught up in what? Back and forth with Republicans and Democrats. That stuff take forever to get trickled down to the Main Street. Those are the people holding that up. Wall Street ain't missing no meals. Wall Street not missing one meal.
So, like you said, brother, the best advice to help people said, you better off this risking doing the trade thing, man. Bro, this
investing.
You might as get
Just
comfortable. You might as get comfortable with it. You know what I'm saying? Just investing. Win some, lose some now, man.
Well, just think about it. This is long term. This is a long term aperture, right? It's keep in mind how many people 401ks are tied to the stock market? Like everybody that got one. How many people pensions are tied to the markets? Like everybody. A thrift saving plan, right? Everybody, market related. DRIPs, even dividend reinvestment program that some jobs offer, you know, back into if they have even a stock themselves, and they giving the employee discount value for DRIPs, stock market, everybody. See, all that stuff is tied to the market.
It's tied to the market. So yes, I happen to know some of them.
So you already
in the market. You're already in the market.
Either tangibly or what? Involuntarily. Something.
Well, it makes sense. Makes sense because a lot of people don't think that what the money, if people are working and they do get 401k or they put into anything or that, you're going to be playing with the markets anyway. You get me?
Sad part about it, if you are a person who works or gainfully employed in the business, especially you've been there for 10 years, and they do have stock options or they're publicly traded, or if not, they are at that point, no one has approached you on the job to teach you about the value of diversification and expansion of your money. Because again, companies get tapped, they can only make so much depending on performance value and the industry as a whole, competitive value, all that stuff. We get it. But you have to have another ancillary aspect of income revenue generator, right? Other ways to make money, essentially. If you ain't working for it yourself, it has to be working for you, right? Finances, that's markets, right? Or you got to go out and start a business, right? Brick and mortar, overhead, they're going to hit you across the head, whatever. Still, if you got to go for it. But this is turnkey. It ain't hard to look at the Apple, like a Microsoft, a Netflix, or these stocks that have been around for a while. You say, okay, well, these seem to be safe investments. They've been around, they're growing market share. I can look at the chart and say, okay, yeah, they're going up. Apparently, that ain't rocket science. Okay, I'm gonna get in, right? I'm gonna start parking a little of my free money in here and just let it do its thing. I'll come back and look at it 2 years from now, 3 years, 5 years from now, whatever. As long as there's nothing crazy happen with the company, it'll be fine. You come back 5, 10 years later, it's up, 40, 50, 70, 80, 90%, 100%. Okay, that worked that well. That beat the money market. That beats the money market account, and it definitely annihilates a savings account. A savings account ain't nothing but where money go to die.
Yeah.
Get that marinade. You got money in a savings account in 2021, I'll be the first one to tell you. And no disrespect.
No, you're right.
I'm just saying, this is general. This is not one of us. This is general. To anybody that's listening, if you got money in a savings account in 2021, no disrespect, but that money DOA.
Yep. Facts.
It's dead on arrival. That means it's just sitting there waiting to get liquidated. It has no purpose.
Yep.
It's collecting dust. So you have to realize that now going forward, that this is not a game of even worth debating. It's not worth even up for debate, because there's only but so many games in town that you can play. Start a business, work for somebody, or get invested in markets. Of course, real estate kind of fall within the same thing, a market, because it's tied, REITs, right? But you can say, okay, real estate, but whatever. That's it. Or you inherit some money because you got a late, uncle or somebody that had a bag you know about. Inheritance. That's it. Those are the only games in town. That's it.
Yep.
And the easiest one to get in that's turnkey is what? Markets. Doesn't require nothing from you besides knowledge, capital, and a apparatus to operate mechanically through it, and a signal. That's it. No college education, no credentials, none of that stuff matters. No background checks. They don't care about your background check, right? They don't care about none of that stuff. All they need to know, can you fund your account? You can do that. Oh, you good to go.
You're good to go. Just start playing money, man. Start trade responsibly. I'm saying.
But that's essentially, invest and trade responsibly. So it's all relevant. It's all value add. The intent behind you figuring out how to use this to your best of your ability, because it's it's an even game plan. Even though it's still skewed in some aspect, but it's still even. It's every man for himself, and every woman for herself, right? And they can't stop you. They cannot bar you. They cannot discriminate against you. They cannot, they can't do none of that. And you have the same much opportunity to look at this stuff like a Warren Buffett do when he wake up in the morning, right? Right? Or Loop Capital Ventures or whomever, right? Yeah, you see the same stuff they seen. They got a little bit more extra because they've been around. They know how to look at a little stuff, but you seeing the same thing basically.
Yeah.
It's price action, it's charts, it's buyers, it's sellers, it's schematics are very, again, ubiquitous in essentially, excuse me. That's it. So you want to learn, you want to be, as I like to say, gainfully, initiated in this, because see, there's no end to this. A company can fold tomorrow, but this ain't gonna fold. See what I'm saying? Your company might be publicly traded. It folds under the stock market. It goes out of chapter 7, chapter 11, restructure, if even restructure, it just go to zero. Out of there, on to the next. Right? Business shut down, everything. This right here, other stuff, it's still gonna be what? Still gonna be riding. So this is you, your children, your grandchildren, your great-great-grandchildren, and all of them gonna have an opportunity. So the seeds that you plant today is gonna be for the greater good of their scenario for tomorrow. It's that simple. It's hard. It's a harsh reality because we've been shut out for so long. Not that we couldn't do it, it's just that this ain't something that we peruse every day. We look at this like this stuff hard, man. I ain't got time for that. I'm good. Whatever. I look at that when I'm ready. So in between time, what are you doing?
I don't see it hard. I just look at it as a person that you have to apply it. You can't just be afraid and think it's hard because hell, people go to school and you have to get that degree. I don't know any more hard challenge than that.
Well, then, but even more so to that, you going into debt to try to find a way to get out of debt to only end up in more debt by trying to get an education.
Correct. Yeah, I mean,
it's the greatest hustle of all time. It's, unless you're going for something that you know that's going to put you on the bag on the right path right away. These got to be programs that put you into the bag early, not you go out there and go to school for Western music or something. Like, where are you gonna incentivize that at? Right? You even go to Europe somewhere and play on symphony or something? Like, no. But again, a lot of you kids go to school for delusion of grandeur because their parents force them to go because they feel like that's a badge of honor to say that my child went to college. That's the dumbest thing ever. Why you want to send your child into debt if you ain't paying for their full ride or they got a scholarship? You send them to school just to goof off or to get out the house, just sow their oats, so they can just come back home. Mom, I got $70,000 to $80,000 worth of debt, $100,000 worth of debt. I'm ready now, and they got the little piece of paper slapping the wall ain't worth what the paper is printed on. Because if you can't actualize it or make it actionable, you just got a whole lot of debt. And it's the only debt that you can't escape in life is what? Student loan debt, especially with federal.
And they got rid of that and made policies possible. You can't escape it the last almost over a decade now.
Yeah, that's it. You can't escape student loan debt. It's the only debt you can't escape.
And they did this intentionally because they need somebody to hold the bag.
Well, again, how much student loan debt account for in terms of our national GDP?
Right now, I think it's almost two. It's almost 2 trillion. It's like 1.6,
1.7 trillion dollars.
And I did show, and it's funny you mentioned African. Me and a brother did a stream on this, and if you want, I could put in the back check or in comments if people want to watch it. And we just Google and just read the articles. And out of people that have the most student loan debt, number one is the Black woman. Second is Black men. And student loan debt.
Black woman's the most educated woman on the planet, right? So of course she's gonna have.
Well, that's what they say. But.
Well, that's what they say. But regardless, they still basing upon. But you know what they base that on, though, right? Because we less in terms of what population per capita, right? Mm-hmm. So they basing it on essentially what we talk about. They basing it on her what? On her debt load.
Debt load, yeah.
But the one thing they're not saying is as well is that most Black women, once they get initiated into something, they're gonna complete it. But these Black women are going through all the way through the end, though. They are graduating at a higher rate than any other race on the planet. Meaning when they go to college, they typically graduate. White girl, she drop out. Parents already got bags. She good, whatever. White kid, sometimes he don't make it. He drop out, whatever he done. Black people, Black dudes, we drop out for a reason. We out, get a baby. We messed up. Oh man, you got to college now. You got to go to work. Black woman, she typically stay the whole course though. But so they rate that based upon her student loan debt. That's how they know she rocking and rolling because she got all the debt.
Hey, African boy, can you give me a wrench? I recognize his brother, Iori. Oh, what's good, Iori? I didn't know he was listening to the channel.
To my YouTube? But yeah, so that's all.
A tool. That's what they call it, the tool, not the wrench, the tool.
That's all it is, guys. At the end of the day, in relation to, hold on, let me get out this here if I can go over. In relation to that, it's all ones and zeros, essentially, right? It's data, I guess you could say that, but that's what it is. Right.
Yes.
And you have to be, you have to be, as I like to say, I use terms like initiated, right? Mm-hmm. You have to be initiated, right? Mm-hmm. Initiated in what particularly? Well, in the game of financial literacy, because see, that's where all the money and the wealth of the world's riches are stored through what? The global markets.
Global market, yeah, they fund their money into markets because they want the money to grow and work for them.
It's the only thing that they cannot mess with you on this side. They can mess with you through a bank, right? They can mess with you through garnishments and all that stuff like that. The only way they come at the stock portfolio, you have to really, be jacked up, right? Because see, FINRA is a whole new different organization than that of FDIC, and it doesn't come with a screening mechanism, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unlike a bank, right? The bank can screen you and deny you what? The ability to have a bank account.
Yeah.
Like, who wants a bank account anyway that's going to, feed off the fees? And You don't even, well, in this day and age, again, the bank is just basically going into obsolete. I'm just gonna be the first one to tell you. I already said it, but
Well,
banks are going obsolete.
they're trying to put the banks under anyway. Oh, what's this? Oh shit.
Well, no, you can pretty much handle everything you need through a bank. In the old days, you could do all that stuff on your own now through all the other ancillary fintech companies and this, that, and third, and your own. You can buy a house with Bitcoin. You can buy a car with Bitcoin. What you need the bank for? You can get a loan through now PayPal and other stuff like that now. They ain't there. What you need the bank for?
I know that. Well, they can get what do you call it? Crowdfund now. So
Even stuff like that. Start in the crowdfund or crowdfunding scenario like. See, again, banks are obsolete because they've been the middleman for so long. They've been eating for so long. That's why they amassed all this wealth, right? That's how they was able to amass so much power, right? Again, came out. You do the research on the central bank when they even came into being, but not only that, even the Federal Reserve, right? When they got enacted out of chaotic moment, and they weren't even supposed to last this long. They were supposed to be one and done. They were supposed to be out of there, right? Over there, at Jekyll Island, and they stood the test of time. Again, they're not even part of the government. They just a shadow organization that's works under the Fed. The Treasury owner. But they are the central hub for all the central banks around the world. Couldn't make this stuff up. So essentially, these were people who had bigger power positions behind the scene, not even in America, pulling strings to make sure they puppeteer all these other nations by establishing the central bank in there so they can watch their resources. Basically, that's what it was for they could pry on the resources. And they funded all the money through the fiat currency of the central bank. That's the central bank. The only modus operandi of a central bank is to convert real resources into fiat currency, into fake paper.
Okay.
You're gonna print fake paper to pay for real gold, real silver, real corn, real coltan, real manganese, real diamonds, fake paper.
Fake paper.
Couldn't make this stuff up. And the exchange rate ain't even comparable to what it's really worth anyway. But they play along and act like, okay, yeah, but we giving them based upon their GDP. We trying to give them a little. It's debilitating when you start thinking about it, because first thing you think about is Africa, of course. They getting robbed. From high water, they say. But that's just how money is, right? Then they got M1 supply money, they got M2 supply. You seeing all this money they printing that's out there in circulation, right? And you just know it. All of it is it's fugazi. And it's tied to inflation, of course. It's tied to commodity markets, prices skyrocketing. And the USD dollar on terms on the rolling scale on the forward side of thing, our USD dollar right now is sitting at 93, I think 93.5 the last point I looked at it.
Yeah.
So it's standard value that they putting on the dollar, like on the delta value, right? It's that 93.5 as opposed to a whole 100. So you got that much buying power out of that fiat currency. I mean, you can go buy real gold. If gold is at $1,800 an ounce, for every USD dollar fiat currency, you getting the $93 worth of what they call intrinsic value for real hard tangible asset gold. That's spot price value. You getting spot price point for point for gold for real money. So that's what gold is, real money, right? Same way corn could be real money because it's a real hard tangible resource, right? Like the barter system. So the fiat currency thing is man. I did a video on it, but last year we broke it down on basically the central banks and all that. It's really in depth. We went in on that one too. That was a cool one. But that's all it is.
I had to look for your catalog again on name and title to watch that. I'll probably go back and watch that.
It's powerful. It was a documentary too that came out from Europe, because Europe is basically the banking hub of the planet.
Oh, you mean the guy that's a trader? Oh, we're not talking about that man.
No, this is just it's dealing with the central bank or the monetary system as a whole, right? And how banking came. Banking obviously came about doing the European, in Europe, right? Then it obviously when they came over here, they transferred it over here. But that's the whole Lords of London, all that stuff like that. These people who finance slavery, it goes deep. All right, they playing off old money, right? Stolen money essentially, but it whatever, right? That's history, right? It's not feelings, it's history. They say that's a t-shirt moment, right? But no, essentially that's what it is. So now again, we're underneath the system. The standard of the world's reserve currency is what? Fiat currency, which is the USD dollar, right? It's monopoly money, and then again, you're paying using that to buy real assets. So now I'm gonna tie this to the market real quick, then we can get ready to get out here. So what happened during COVID was the biggest financial heist ever in American history, where they used this chaotic moment. Again, y'all know we talked about this before. We call it the bullets and the bandages, right? They supply both the bullets and the bandages. That's how they get you,
Yes.
That's why they go to war. They go to war to destabilize your economy so they can turn around and feel like they got to be the only one to build it back up. So they eat off you twice. Right? They eat off you twice. And they make it in perpetuity because now you need them to maintain it and protect you while you're vulnerable, while they still build up. It's Douglas. Moving on. So basically, what happens is in a moment, in terms of what we're dealing with now with the COVID scenario, like I said before, you typically have about a 2.5 at most $1 trillion run on each individual sitting president during their tenure, right? At least 2.5 trillion is kind of allotted for them to add to the national debt. In the last 4 years, we done ran on about 9 trillion. So we've all basically quadrupled it, dang near, or close to it. We doubled it, definitely doubled it, right? That's unheard of.
Yeah,
But a lot
it's
of that money again, did it go to Main Street or did it majority of it go to Wall Street?
I think it going to Wall Street.
Not rocket science. Not even up for debate, not even in your feelings. You can't even be in your feelings about it because the majority of it, again, went through ancillary aspects, like they always do, earmarks and pork, government agency that sat on it, didn't even dispense it out to the people that need it, and the rest of it went back into the what? The market. The majority of it went to the banks, right? Because they needed to loan money to small business so they can keep their business afloat, right? If they sat on the loan, then loaned the money out while it was sitting in their coffers, what did they also do with it while it was sitting there? They started doing what with it? Investing with it. Now, there was provision that they wasn't supposed to do that, but seriously, who watches the people who?
Yeah, I know.
That's like the Fed just got caught insider trading. The world now knows that they were insider trading and making policy to affect money, and they were sitting there trading around it to enrich themselves. Illegal is all outdoors. And they barely talk about it in the news. But if you get caught doing it, it's breaking news. See how that work?
Well, they run
It's
the news.
hustle.
They pay these people's bills, man. News outlets. Why you think that?
But that too. But I'm just saying this is how the system works. So I'm just saying that because this is kind of the backstory to how this stuff works. So, and saying that, I'm letting it be known, right? As they say, there's only a few games in town that you can get into: asset ownership, land ownership, working your way through life, or inheritance. That's it. Look around the landscape right now. What's the most financially prudent and financially stable, even though it comes with volatility? What's the most lucrative asset class right now in the game of getting money and self-preservation?
Is it? I'll take a guess. Real estate?
No, Wall Street.
Oh, Wall Street. Okay.
Because real estate is under the inflationary bug. It has to deal with prices going up right now. Real estate prices actually they had to came out there about real estate. It failed.
Actually, I shouldn't say Wall Street because they are tied with the
they real estate
with the trades.
They the money. They the money behind the land and the house, right? And the wood and the nails and the commodity market. Make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
So it always goes back to the root, right? The rudimentary, right? The base, right? The base case. That's markets. In the markets, they call REITs, of course, in real estate, but nonetheless, it's all about that. The people who finance them. That's why the public, that's why public is traded. The public is financing all these business expenditures and M&A, mergers, acquisition, market. The public does that through the financial vehicle, the company, the asset, whatever. It grows because of whatever this, that, the third, the planning, whatever. Shareholders are getting rich if they do right. If the company do right by them, everybody go home happy. And in this case, it's being what they call double dipping. Not only are investors still, steadily long-term growth investors because they still trying to grow a nest egg too outside of work for Mr. Charlie, but they also got They also got a big brother behind them with a bazooka of unlimited cash, shooting in the air. Y'all like to go to the baseball and basketball game, and they had a little gun shooting in the stand with the t-shirts in it. Well, imagine that just being number but cash in there, and then I'm talking about them big face hunters. Big face hunter, what that plies that's on big face hunters or something like that. One of them rappers, I never remember. He come to me. Big face hunter, they just shoot it all up in there. But in this case, they ain't shooting it to the Main Street. They shooting it to who? Wall Street. Unlimited. $120 billion every month. And the mortgage-backed security and also treasury. And they as of the last 7-8 months, we've been at dang near $1 trillion on the reverse repo operation that's also happening because the feds are now buying back or taking banks cash or their bonds. They buying their bonds away and giving them cash so they can take that cash and not sit on it and hold it in escrow. And also while they're sitting there holding the escrow, they can invest with it too, meaning the bank. By that, they suppressing the bonds, they're keeping the bond prices down, which also kind of helps keeps the yields down. So that means people can keep borrowing money at a cheaper rate, and they borrow at cheap rates, and they take that cheap rate money and turn around and invest in what? Stocks, people, businesses, what? Back into the stock market. Imagine if you only had to pay 1% to 0.8 on $1 million in interest. That means out of 1 million, right? 1% of 1 million is how much?
1% of million. I can't calculate off my head right now.
1% of 1 million is what? 10 racks.
10K. 10K.
10 racks, right? Imagine that. The interest on 1 million is 10 racks. Who wouldn't borrow that?
10K. Wait. So if
I could make one trade in a day and pay that 10 racks off, 100 times over.
That's like pocket change. Hey, take this.
So people doing that and they're investing with that money they're borrowing against at these low interest rates. These businesses and corporations at corporate level interest rate, they get special interest rates and all this incentives. That's why companies do that. It's the greatest hustle ever in mankind history, the greatest heist ever.
Mm-hmm.
That's why all your richest people on the planet have became richer because of COVID. That's what they always do. On the chaotic moments, they enrich themselves even more because they got the bigger bag to gain more out of a very liquid market. Their dollar stretched a lot longer in an investment thesis than that of people who barely got a little money. When it's being also padded by the feds, who's backstopping them and saying, stay invested in the market. Don't bet against America. We're gonna keep print money and adding it to the market to backstop any particular downside. That's why you look at the market as a whole. The charts have gone what? Up into the what? Up into the right. Right. And they say it's the same, right? Religiously, right? You couldn't make this up.
This look like a Thinkorswim type format.
So I'm gonna show y'all this right here in closing, right? This is the daily on the SP 500. This is when COVID happened. COVID happened here, right? The March lows. Everybody know that forever in history. It'd be marked etched in history when the market pulled back because of COVID. They call it the COVID lows. That's the term we call it, right? We hit 218 on the SP 500. 218. That was March 2020. Okay. What's today? October 2021, right? Yeah. So that's about a year and 7-8 months, somewhere around there.
Well, your birthday did pass, so
right. It's just right the other day, 25th, right?
Yeah, happy late birthday.
Man. Appreciate it, family. Appreciate it. Over. So look what happened. The market did on that day. Since then, a year and 7 months, 8 months, somewhere around there.
Oh wow!
218.
It jumped
all the way to 459. That means it doubled. That means the market gained 100% in about a year and 7 months. The market typically don't gain 100%, and sometimes typically takes about 4 to 5 years in most cases, because they say now you can account for the market putting up the SP 500. That is putting up around about 20% per annum in interest accrued value.
Can I ask you a question?
This did all that in a year and 7 months.
Is there a specific day and time from what I'm seeing from this chart from the March? It took up shift and then started shift upward.
Say that again.
I said, is there a way to determine the day and time? Because it was March, right?
Yeah, right here. That's a chart gives you what they call x-axis. X-axis and the y-axis is time and money. The bottom of a chart is called the x-axis. The left or the right side is called the y, is the money axis. So if you put this crosshatch, this thing I'm moving here, if you put it actually on the lowest pivot point of that moment when the market was at its lowest point there, or let me blow it up that way, y'all ain't seeing that squinching your eyes. Right, but right here on this date, right here, that was the March lows, what they call it the March lows, like 23rd of March. We hit the lowest point because of what happened with the whole COVID scenario, right? When we knew it, right?
23rd of March. Yeah, because I think it was that day when they announced that COVID hit America.
Well, no, they announced it before that, but what happened was at that moment the market had already started pulling back. They announced it actually mid-February, And then from there, the markets began to kind of think about the extent of how bad it was, right? Remember, Trump was trying to downplay it, but it was really bad, right? It was really bad. So markets was like, oh, we're finna be disrupted, right? Because how many businesses were going to be affected by this if they start locking everything down once they start saying that, right? Everybody, basically, right? Everybody finna be in trouble. So markets like, oh, I'm finna pull my money then. What's the use of sitting here if everything finna go to what? Go to salt, essentially. So that's what caused the pullback. Those things caused that, right? The markets pullback. But after that, when the Fed and the Treasury and the government say, oh, we got to do something to backstop this, right? Because we finna spiral out of control if not, right? What do they say?
Yes.
Okay, we're finna do our what? Our quantitative easing. This finna be our quantitative easing what? Our third or fourth quantitative easing, where we finna now what? Get behind the market and protect people's what? 401ks, their pension, their mutual. We got to backstop America's debt, because if we lose the bond market, there goes the economy, there goes your country, right? Because a country's value is determined by their debt, because we're a debt-based society, right?
Yeah.
A fiat currency note is a debt note. I don't know if y'all, last time you looked at the dollar or $100 bill,
it's a tender.
It says what? It says debt note. I don't know if y'all looked at money wax. Some of y'all been doing that class for a long time, right? It says debt note, so it's debt, right? You're only as good as your debt at this point. That means we're a bond-based society. I mean, if we ever default on our bonds, right, or our value of credit, we go under as a society. So they start buying a lot of the bonds, the treasury market. They start lowering interest rates. Basically, we went down to a quarter basis point, basically from 25 points from being at zero interest rate. Meaning, if you could borrow money at zero interest rate, that means if you borrow $1 million, your interest is what?
1%?
0, right?
Okay.
Of course, you don't get that. They still got to they're gonna make some money of it, but you still getting it at the lowest rate possible. So it could be like, if the interest rates on a national federal treasury level is at 0, that means from the banking and lending institution, they're gonna at least charge you, again, 1.2, 1.5, but typically in that moment, you on regular scale, if you was up like half basis point or a whole full basis point, you'll be paying like 3%, like a house, right? Like everybody want to get a house payment interest at what? A 1 point something. Well, that's what house rates went down to once we had this issue. People had 1.6 on a 30-year fixed note. Are you kidding me? That means if you buy a house as a worth $1 million, right? That means your interest is only what? On that, if you got it at, let's say 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, that means off $1 million, what's 1.8% of $1 million? That's basically 10,000, $10,800 on $1 million, and you got 30 years to pay that off.
No, you're not gonna pay that off 30 years.
You'll pay that off tomorrow in the market, right? Right? Think about that. You go right to the stock market and hit, make you about $10,000 back. You can pay the interest off on $1 million house with interest rates that low. Couldn't make this stuff up. So basically, all the corporations they got smart. They said, oh, people are struggling because they ain't got no job. They can't afford this stuff. We finna start buying up all the property that they can't. That's why a lot of the corporations went into the real estate game during COVID. Biggest financial heist ever. Now you got people like Bill Gates buying up all the farmland through the Midwest. Why would he do that? Because of Monsanto interest, and then the fact that he want to control farmland in the event we have a real true pandemic, that's epidemic, and he gonna be able to control a lot of that farmland to grow crops on. He gonna be the person you got to go through. Could make this an evil henchman. BlackRock went to buying houses. Citibank went to buying houses. These are banks. They buying houses now, and now that fund managers too. That's supposed to be left to retail people like us. Seriously, that's what it's supposed to be. But that's supposed to be our last, run on financial freedom by us being able to buy properties and investment flip them. Now corporations got into that game. They used the free money that they got from the feds by way of their investment values, that they was able to have cheap money, invest in the markets and make big return because the market was going just up aggressively. They took that profit and went and bought properties with it. Unheard of in American history. That didn't even happen during the Great Depression.
That's the real asset when you think about it. That's why
that's a real asset. Land, and again, that's my point.
So when people
Fiat
try
currency,
to avoid getting land or buying on something, people say, it's not that important. Some people say that not. They said try to own something. You get me?
Asset ownership. That's the name of the game. That's why I tell people religiously, The only way you get ahead in America, you have to own assets. You cannot pass down cooking books, Bibles, your grandma's favorite broom, your granddaddy's favorite Al Green 8-track tape, unless he can't put that on eBay and make $1,000 off of it. It's useless. I hate to say it to you, but it's sentimental to you, but not to the markets. I'm sorry. You can't eat off Al Green unless you're going to go out there and sing like him. Get you a record deal. Right? You can't translate that into a lot of money. You can't. So we got to get out of the habit of trying to pass down useless heirlooms to our kids and act like they're gonna go out there and fight in a financial world where people are already ready and equipped with insurance policies, CDs, and trusts and all that stuff and stock options. And our kids show up at the fight with what? Cooking pots, broom, Al Green, takes a Bible, and and some J's. Get the hell out of here. And we doing that to ourselves because we think we smarter than everybody. We ain't got to learn none of this stuff. We can go out there and just die tomorrow and leave our kids nothing to fight with in a world that's cost of living going up every day, inflation kicking you in the behind. You barely got job security. Ain't no such thing as job security. And you finna depend on what exactly? That's the severity of this. Because again, what else is out there? We talked about it. Job, business ownership, asset ownership, stocks, bonds, equities, forward, whatever, or inheritance. That's it. That's it. And in our mindset, in terms of their mindset, they're going to use the least path of resistance, right? Because they already sitting on old money, meaning money that they got off of what? You know what it come off of? Off your ancestors' backs. When they say them old hundreds, them old slim hundred, them old Jenny Craig 100, what they call Jenny Craig $100 bill, them slim ones, they got them kind of hundreds still. Them hundreds you see when you go to the National Museum and African Museum and all the Smithsonian, them old currency tenders that we had way back in the day, them just got still sitting on a lot of that. So again, that's the importance of why this stuff is the way that it is. And that's why we go hard. And it's like we're playing catch up. That's what's sad about it. We're playing catch up. And we still act like we got time to play around, goof off, and we can turn up and just do stupid stuff and goofy stuff all day. And life is short. You can get murked tomorrow. You ain't got no insurance. You ain't got no nothing. Who gonna pay for that? That's somebody got to pay your bill to even put you in the dirt. Make that make sense. Majority of black people can't even bury themselves. Make that make sense.
Yeah, we get GoFundMe's. Hell, even your favorite movie actors, comedians had to beg for GoFundMe just to bury themselves. That's just pitiful. That tells me you don't care what you're doing living, but when you die, you're leaving the bird to all your loved ones. Say, I need some money to bury your black ass. God damn.
So reality is that until we get serious, it is how that song say was that one of my favorite movies, Shawshank Redemption with Morgan Freeman, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Get busy living or get busy what? Get busy dying, right?"
They on Zoom.
Right. So you either get busy living or you get busy dying. Dying is a slow death when you just doing nothing in life. You just hoping you can dodge death every day and just doing the bare minimum to get by. Right. That's not what they call that's not a sustainable plan. Right. That's not sustainable. Right. Somebody.
Wait, somebody.
Oh,
who's
brother
that?
Jeremy. I got. He probably came in and he know his mic open. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's what it is. So you have to get busy. In this case, I say get busy learning, right? So you can get busy earning. That's why I had this thing called learn to earn, right? You literally get to learn to earn. You get to learn as you go. Right. This is the only university where it doesn't require you show up on time. You can do this on your own time, on your own dime. Look, you just got to get serious. That's all it is. You got to get the interest first. And then the mindset, the psychology, right? To say, I'm finna get into this and not give up on it. I'm finna cut out a lot of the other stuff that's in my life that's trivial. And I'm gonna get serious about this bag. Because I can assure you and show you how a lot of people also under COVID that couldn't go to work, that didn't have ways to get money and this, that, they start looking at the markets, right? Mm-hmm. And they say, okay, well, this is the only game in town, apparently, because this everything people breaking either Forex or stock. I need to learn something. I need to find a way to make money. And they came right over here and they took their little stimulus checks and they turned them stimulus checks into what? 6 digits. Some people even turned it. Look, some people even went further than that off a stimulus check.
Busy that.
AMC, GameStop, right? Case in point.
Mhm.
Dogecoin now, really, those profits are really starting to realize even more so now. Shibu and all this stuff. These people hooked now. You think they finna be trying to rush to go back to work?
I don't know. Hey, I didn't even talk about the crypto. Bit, you know
That's what I'm
saying?
talking about. Dogecoin, Shibu and New. Those things were dirt cheap.
And
Dirt
I
cheap.
didn't took no advantage of that because I didn't really start investing in crypto yet. But
That's
I'm
what
going
make this
now.
stuff crazy, fam. Look, I tell people every day, man. This right here don't make no sense here. Look at him. Look, I'm finna show you something here.
Mhm.
Look at him. Look at right there. Right, let's do this right here. See right here.
Mhm.
This is inception. This is September. Shibu New, right?
A Shibu.
Yeah, right. See right here. Look right here. All these dots, you ain't got the real true number because this is the Coinbase, but I could pull up, Polynex one of them and it'll show you whatever. But
Is that
it went
Coinbase?
from this is on Coinbase one. This is the Coinbase one, but this ain't the reflect of the true actual value. It's not giving numbers, but it went from here. Basically, you see what the meteoric rise is my point, right? It only just took off here in just October of this year, not last
Mhm.
year, this year.
Mhm.
It went from here all the way up here, 28 days later. Couldn't make this stuff up. And it's trading at basically in terms of its value, right? Or currency value, right? Let me find one of the actual charts to give you if it can, because it's such, it's at the different denomination value in that terms of its value. It's not gonna give you the true accurate readout right away unless you go to an actual site. I'm trying to do without going through all that. Let me see if Polynex has it. They ain't gonna have it because it's the way it's set up. Let's just do it this way. Let me go over here to I should just go to one of these little price charts and just pull it up. But y'all know what it is, right? Y'all already know what it is that I'm going, but I just put it right here. Go to Weibo. See right here?
Mhm.
That's how much of a penny. That's a penny. What? That's 10 cents. That's 1 penny, right? This
Yeah.
what? 10, 100,000, right?
Yeah.
Or in this case, 10,000, excuse me, right? 10,000th of a penny.
Mm-hmm.
That's 10,000th of a penny. Not a penny, but 10,000th of a penny. It took off way back here, something like what, 1,000th of a penny, somewhere around there, or 100,000th of a penny. It was some of the numbers, one of the numbers way over here, and jumped way over here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people ain't understand that concept. Now we know it's still speculative of what it is, but that's under a penny. Is the point, right? Under a penny. I ain't got money to learn. This thing is under a penny. What are you talking about? You could have put
But Matt,
$100 in it.
if I bought, let's say $100 worth of shares that, or 50 on that penny, and what is it
When it
now?
was, when it was at way back here, again, at this 10,000, 100,000 of a penny, it went a full what? It eclipsed a full fraction value of what? Of that of a penny.
Mhm.
So you already saying, okay, that's over what? Was it over 1,000+%, right? 10,000%, right?
Mhm.
Because you jump from a 10,000, 100,000 to a 10,000 scenario, right? So you say, okay,
Yeah.
that's over 10,000%. So basically, essentially, just paraphrase, if you had put 100 in at that point, that 100 times 10,000%, just GP, right? Just throwing it out in a weird way. How much is that?
I can't calculate. Somebody tell me how to calculate these things, man, when it jumps from
10,000th of $100. 10,000% of $100 is what? All you're doing is moving the decimal, right? Right? What's 10,000% of $100?
what's that like?
So do it this way,
like
easy.
what, like 100 to 500 or $1 million?
No, keep in mind, it's whole numbers, right? So you're doing 10,000. One is one for one. If what's 1,000% of $100? 1,000% of $100 is what?
Wait, let me calculate that. 1,000%
Yeah.
over
So just
$100.
think about it. It's it's going to be easy. What you just moving the decimal over what one place, right?
Wait. I got to see numbers. Let me take my calculator.
Yeah. Well, 1,000% of $100 is what?
I got you. All right. You said it's what is it again? It's like 1,000%, right?
Of $100 is how much?
1,000
That mean that. Mhm.
over $100. Let me see.
Right, because 100% of $100 is what?
Oh
Just
shit! It's
another
not calculating.
$100, right? It'll be 200, right?
Yeah.
If it's 1,000% of $100, that means it's gonna be what? At least what? $1,000, right?
Yeah. So we're looking at
So
maybe
10,000
10.
percent.
It was like what, 10K or something?
Yeah, $100 turned into 10,000.
10,000. Oh, okay. Oh, cool. All right.
And that happened in about a month or so, something like that, a couple months, something like that. Somewhere
Now
around there.
that's when you hold out until it starts slowly dipping,
And make it move. So this is the mentality. So a lot of people out there had 1,000 in this stuff. Some people had 10,000 in it, right?
Mhm.
So that's it. See how that worked?
Mhm.
Yeah, and these people, you think they finna go back to work and they make that kind of money?
Nope.
Yeah,
You
turn
just
10
made
racks
10K in that first month.
and 100. So 10 racks is like what, $1 million? Somewhere in, like $1 million.
10K, yeah. Oh yeah.
That's $1 million. Now you have asset, what they call power, leveraging power, where you can now take that capital, reinvest it, obviously in more stable investments, low beta risk, and feed off that while also taking the aggressive part of that portion of that money and also go out there still doing what? Find those high growth flyer stocks or assets like crypto or forex, whatever you're doing. You got money that's secure and you got money that can go out there and do your mad money investments with. You could trade options in Tesla, and Tesla just went up over what $300 a share in under the last 7, 8 or 12 days, somewhere around there. $300 a share in the last 7 or 12 to 7 days. Could make this stuff up, right? So it's so many different ways to make money in the markets that it's sad.
Well, you gotta be smart, man. You know what I'm saying?
But that's it. See, you said it.
And that's the problem. Is always the one say the possibility is how can I catch it? What's the prediction? You know what I'm saying?
But here's the deal. Here's how this works. Over. This is the old school saying in markets. It's time in the markets as opposed to trying to time the market. No one can catch the exact bottom and the exact top. Although there's somebody that probably has, but it was by sheer luck because markets are what? Volatile, right?
Yeah, volatile, the spectrum. Yeah.
The goal is to be able to try to plot the market to figure out where are the most opportune times to buy and then what are the most opportune times to sell. That comes through the education course, obviously, but just kind of double it back into that. So that eliminates the idea of the fear of people thinking, "Oh, I'm late," because people always gonna say that I'm late. The stock is already here, or the token's already up here. See how that work? Everybody got that to say when they feel like they hearing somebody else that made money. Oh, that thing already done. Then some of them are. Some of them just need to come back down first, and then make themselves readily available for the next particular move. Make sense?
Makes a lot.
But there's still always a moment where you need to be gainfully employed in the market with your resources, or a portion of it, that is. Because over time, assets have always shown to outperform. Of course, any money market account, any definitely savings account ain't even up for debate. That's obsolete, right? So any stock you throw out there that has a name brand value, I can show you the chart and show you exactly what didn't happen over a time period where the growth has just been through the roof. Throw me a stock, just in the top of your head. Throw me a company, real quick. You're ready to log off here. Throw me a company.
Right, give me
throw
a
me a
second.
company. No, don't think about it. I don't want you to think about it. I want to say, throw me a household name company that you know out there that's probably publicly traded. Throw me a name, a big name company.
Oh, okay.
Throw me something quick. That's what I'm doing it quick.
Verizon.
There you go. Verizon, right? We'll use Verizon, right?
Not Verizon. Ryzen, the chips. Like the computer.
No,
chips.
what's the name of the company that making it? Verizon ain't no company now.
Oh shit.
I know who it is, but I'm just since you asked me, so I know. But I was going to do it for you. AMD, right?
AMD
make the Ryzen company, the chip, right?
AMD. Yep.
So look here. Let's go to the daily chart. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Matter of fact, let's go to the monthly chart. No, let's go to the daily because the daily gonna look real nice and all pretty, right? You're gonna need to see that growth, how it be looking, right? I remember when AMD was trading at $7, $8 a share, right? I'm finna show you when it was trading at $7, $8 a share, right? Now you see I got lines up here. I mean, obviously I've been in AMD for a long time, right? And it's just on this trading view. I had even before that. But I'm finna show you when AMD was trading at $7, $8, $9 a share, like I just said, right? See right here, 2016, in 2016 was trading at how much? $6 a share. See right here in 2017, it was trading at what? $10 a share, $7, $8 a share, right? 11, 10, 10, 10, right? Then it got up to like what, $13 a share, right? Then it came all the way back to what, $9 a share at what, in 2018. Right down here, it came down and hit like $9 a share, literally, like around about $9 a share here. And what, April of 2018? This just what, 3 years ago. 3 years ago, it was at $9 a share. So you can just say $10 if you want to round it up, right? 3 years ago, and now it's at 100 and what? What's that price right there? See right here, up and to the right here, there's a red line right there. What's that price right there?
Wait, let me look.
See right there, it said AMD. What's
Wait,
the
let
price
me
right
move
there?
this. Let me move this. Okay, good. Point to your mouse.
Right here, see right here? How much is that?
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I'd move this out the way. Okay. I
How much
think
is
that
that?
says 121. I think that's what it says.
So it
AMD.
basically went from $10 to 121 in 3 years. How much is that in terms of percentage gain?
That's an additional 100 and some percent.
120%.
120%, yeah.
In 3 years. So even if you broke that down per year, what's 3 divided by 120? So basically, basically what, 12, right?
Yeah.
So 3 divided in 12 going in how many times? 4 times, right?
Yeah.
So essentially, the stock gained 40% every year for the past 3 years. 40% on your money every year per annum. Do your money market account that you bank with give you 40% interest on your money?
Nope.
Do your homeboy at the dice game give you 40% interest value on the dice game if you lose a little bit? He's like, hey, I'm gonna give you a little incentive and you lost the dice game. See how that work? Do your boss give you a 40% raise at the job every year?
Nope.
Make that make sense.
I think the raise, I think they give you like 5%. I could be wrong. I can't remember what it was.
It's laughable at best, right? You
Yeah,
be honest,
it's
you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Labor don't even constitute that what you really put in. So my point is just that, again, see, that's just coming you threw up because you probably invest in the rising chip. You might use their product. Now, if you just knew to invest in the company too at the time you was really excited about their product, see how that worked? That's the mindset. You got to trick yourself to start thinking like that now. If I'm gonna buy the product all the time, why not invest in the company too? Of course, if it's that kind of company, though, you still got to figure out if they, are favorable investment, right? If they are gaining market share and they're growing and et cetera, make sense? But it ain't hard to make sense and do, what they call 2 and 2 together, right? It ain't hard. That's the part about this stuff that comes natural as a consumer. You already know these companies, you know their products, you use them. Stop playing. You know what I'm saying? You know the product. Apparently, if you go back and spend your money on them again, that means you might have liked it. Like, how many people got Heinz ketchup in their house right now? Like millions, right? How many people got cans of Coca-Cola in their house right now? Probably billions, right? How many people on the planet? About 7 billion, at least, hundreds of millions got Coca-Cola in their house right now, right? Coca-Cola. See right there? How many people are drinking Coca-Cola during the pandemic?
A lot.
How'd you drink Coca-Cola? Dude, drink some Coke, buy some Coke. You get my point. March 23rd was the low, right? COVID low, right? $35 a share. Here it is a year and 7 months later, it's at what? 56. Almost double.
Double that, yeah.
Almost double in under a year and 7 months. See how that works?
Yeah.
About 90-something% in that time frame. Couldn't make this stuff up. So if you had 100K sitting around saying, okay, this is a consumer staple, people gonna buy Cokes and drink during the pandemic. They ain't got nothing to do. They're gonna buy, snack. They stuck in the house, quarantine. I'm gonna invest in Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola probably was just whatever till then, but now this is gonna be great because people gonna drink. I got 100 racks in it. I can monitor it. I can sell whenever I want. I can put a stop loss on my money to protect it. I'm gonna put 100 racks in the Coca-Cola down here at this low here because that's when it bottomed out. You know, people like, yeah, it's time to buy Coke. Now it's worth 90% on a year and 7 months. So now that 100K then turned to 190,000. You almost double that money. You take that 100K back out, put it in the money market account, of course, make sure it grow inching, and then now you get to what? Play with that 90,000. I mean, I say play meaning reinvest it in the other diversified portfolios, the other stocks and the options. But you did that while everybody else was what? At the unemployment line. Or at the food bank, unfortunately, you know, not, you know, 'cause it was real out there in the field, but you get my point. You still gainfully figuring out ways to what survive. You just went to the place that obviously where everybody was what? Was already at and find out how to get money in the markets. Not rocket science, guys. So that's why this stuff right here, in my opinion, it's superlative to any talking points in a narrative that has no kind of tangible asset value attached to it. Why? Because time is what is money. The more you waste your time doing trivial things, talk about trivial things, doing trivial things, you're wasting the opportunity to grow your what? Your money, your wealth, your protection, your back door, right? A solid back door. At Three Little Pigs, you build your house with what? Straw, what? Straw, wood, and metal, or bricks, or something like that. Well, there's a fourth one too. A lot of people build their house with wet toilet paper. That's what I call a wet toilet paper house. That ain't gonna stand a chance. First little wind is coming down. A lot of black people build their house with wet toilet paper. We think we got time, we can mess around, whatever. That's just not how life works. So reality is that we have to get serious because we are playing catch up. We got spending power, but we ain't got investment power.
Yeah.
We don't have institution building power, right? Because people feel like, man, I don't know all this stuff, but you can learn. You learn everything else, right? And this stuff ain't rocket science because we already consume better than everybody. We know products more than everybody, apparently, because we buy everything. So you already turnkey ready for this. You built for it. You just ain't ready to take responsibility for it. That's the difference. Because they think it's really hard, but it really isn't. Right. So that's why this stuff is important. So again, just ending on that, you know, the value of what we try to offer. When I say we, meaning all of us, because it's a collective, right? That's why I love this stuff, because there ain't no one-man army here with this. I don't own the stock market. Does that work? I'm no more important in this than you are, than Brandon is, and Ober Chris, and Brother Jeremy, and Brother Caesar, and everybody that's in here today. Ilba Angie, Ober David, Brother Jermaine, all right, Brother Marquise, Brother Ghost that was in here, everybody that came in today, everybody in the back chat that's listening too. I'm no more important than y'all in this. Why? Because I don't get any other information that you can't get in this too. So what advantage do I have? None. It's equal playing field. That cuts the ego out the way. That cuts all the, you know, I got to be right all the time, right? You know how some people weaponize information? A lot of black people do, right? Because we're not used to having that kind of level of power, right? We feel like we get emotional high when we have some information. We weaponize it. You don't know what you're talking about. You pseudo all that stupid stuff, right? It's goofy to me. To me, it's goofy, right? Because if I can't monetize it, I'm not finna waste my time talking about it. That's just me, right? Because life is serious, right? I got to get a bag. I got to protect my family. I got to protect my future. And I'm late, meaning I should have got this when I was in high school, right? True story. So now it's game on. So we're going to go hard. We're going to stay humble. We're going to stay honest. And we're going to stay hungry because the markets force you to work by that parameter, right? Because that's the rules of engagement. You got to come into this thing level-headed, clear conscious, not distracted, and serious, or with interest intent, or serious intent to get it. Now, again, being in the right place at the right time has its what? Perks. All the people that got their little stimulus check and they follow people because they say, hey, get in this stock, whatever. It did it. And then next thing you know, the stock gamma squeezed and went to like $500 a share in terms of GameStop. It was at what? $6.07, $20, then it went to $500. Imagine that. They bought options at, let's say, a $30 strike price. The thing went to $500. They held it for over what? A couple months. Well, that's what they had it. They had it to hold it for over a couple months. They're buying leaps. And it went from $30 to what? To $500. That means that's a differential of what? We went to $450. That's a differential of $420 a share. In the option world, when you go through a gamma squeeze, that means that's 100 shares applied value per every what? Contract. So essentially, they got what? $430 times 100. How much is 430 times 100? That's basically about $500,000. Couldn't make this stuff up. So it's a lot of kids out there that live in their mama basement for real. And they done made like $500,000, $250,000, 300,000. Some people made over $1 million, obviously. Right? I know several of them, right? Couldn't make this stuff up. Right place at the right time. So anyway, it's late. But y'all get it. You know, that's that little extra, right? They call that plus tax, right? Y'all got an extra hour and a half off me out of this. But this is good because again, it's there.
Yeah,
for a reason.
this is good. This is good effort and forum. It's been a while since I come check you. You know, at times, you know, when I catch a live stream, it's always good. You know, I'm kind of glad. And I tell people many times, you're not in the private group, in the investment group. What you're waiting for, try to get into it. You know, so you can learn a lot. People trading, they're making some money. They'll tell you their wins, their loss, and it builds confidence at the end of the day.
That's it. And there's no pressure. That's why we make it a family environment. That's why we talk with the level of respect. That's why I talk each and every one of y'all as if y'all like literally my brother, my family, or my sister, because I want people to feel the value of what they bring to the table. It is a family-oriented environment. Why? Because we ain't no egos here, ain't no competition here. We're all fighting for the same thing, to get the bag. Make sense? And then you want to help your brother get to the bag. You want to help your sister get to the bag in the same breath. See how that work? That eliminates all the stupid stuff that black people deal with every day anyway. See what I'm saying? Yeah. You cut that out, that cancer out, for lack of a better word, you cut that cancer out the way, we can start actually making some moves finally. It's simple as that. That part. Right? So that's what's great about it.
But I'm gonna jump down. I'll catch you on the next one, guys. Thank you for answering my question.
No worries, family. Thank you all. So that's it, guys. So we're gonna load on up out of here, guys. It's been one of those moments where we went a little extra, did a little plus tax, but it's great because again, it speaks to the intent of why we're here, and the seriousness of or the importance of this, right? Why we take this stuff serious, right? So that way it never get lost in translation and we call lost in the sauce, right? So again, each and every one of you guys are valuable. That's why we say Ubuntu for a reason. I am because we are. You stay humble, you stay hungry, you stay ready, man. The rest is history, right? It's coming. It literally is coming, right? Stay hungry, right? It's not political, even though we know it's political. It's not even race based, because it's not even dealing with race. It's really dealing with you being able to, again, move under the guise of what the rules of engagement are, because this separates all that. It does. The market separate all that foolishness. It's already foolishness as it is. We know what it is. We know it's diabolical. But this right here puts you on even playing field with everybody. From Jeff Bezos to you on the same level as them. They just got more money. That's all. That's it. I'm not making this up, man. Not making this stuff up. Right? So that's why we say Ubuntu and stuff like that for a reason, because we are peers of this. We're trying to help each other, be thorough in this, right? Help everybody get to the bag. Right? So that's it. So I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Thank y'all for tuning in. Peace, power, and profit to everybody. For everybody that's stuck in on the YouTube side, of course, this is our training night on Thursday night. That's why we sometimes we don't we necessarily don't stick to the YouTube side, because we corresponding with the people that's obviously part of the mentorship, but we offer it through as a recordation aspect on YouTube. So you guys can follow along, but it's more designed for the people.
Peace, power, and profit, family. Hey, sorry,
anytime.
I missed the live stream.
Man, ain't no worries. Life. So
I'll go back and watch the replay.
Yes, sir. Right. So no worries over. And so again, as you see in the topic down there, is trends, trend lines, and trend channel, and spotting an opportunity. Really great opportunity to kind of hit those things, because those are superlative to everyday action in markets, in a lot of ways, right? So you'll see once you go back and watch, of course, the what we were talking about in descriptive value, but some really good information, I think, in my opinion, we got out of this, out of the session tonight. Very useful information. And right now, even more important, because we are in, just that, right? This unimaginable uptrend in markets and trying to decipher, where are the pivot points, right? Where are the support, resistance, and all that stuff. So really good information there. All right, so that's it. So good. So it'll be up on YouTube, guys. Y'all know how to find it. Eventually, we're gonna build the catalog up, and then we'll put it, obviously, on inside of a playlist, and it'll be obviously unlisted at that point. And of course, those people who are part of the mentorship, you have access to it as a catalog. Of course, we'll still do our YouTube stuff. That'll be separate, but that's how this stuff works, right? You got to add some what they call exclusivity to it, because you guys are obviously, patronizing, obviously my service in that perspective. But nonetheless, for now, it's there, and then we'll catalog it. All right, so that's it. So I'm out of here, guys. So you guys got anything else for me before we get out of here, like we always do? All right, any last words, any questions, anything before we roll up out of here?
Like always,
Friday.
Thank you. I mean, you do a lot. Thank you.
Hey, y'all know what it is, right? They did that in a while. Throw that thing on up there. old Conda, right? Conda. I ain't even say why. Old Conda.
Conda.
All right, they getting ready to drop that new one soon anyway. Too. I look forward to that old movie too.
Right.
What they call Wakanda Part 2? I don't even know what they gonna call it, but it's something like that.
Right.
But yeah, so definitely, it's already homegrown. No worries. All right, thank you. Anybody else ain't got any questions? Anybody got anything before we get out of here?
I think everybody
got no more people
All right, peace, family.
Peace over.
All right, peace, man.
All right, peace, family. So I'll see y'all guys back in the troop in the groups, and also maybe on YouTube. I may get a chance to go live tomorrow during intraday. Depends how everything work out. I got some sessions in the morning, mentor sessions. So either way, I might go live afterwards, but we'll see what the market gonna do, because we know the market should be in trouble a little bit. Should be, because Apple missed, Amazon missed, right? The big tech giant dogs got bulldozed this evening, and the market still need to be down more than it is right now. But anyway, we'll see. I'm in London, open up, but another 34 minutes. We'll see.
Are you still going live Saturday, Sunday, or are you just gonna take that off?
Yeah, we're gonna either do Saturday or Sunday, one of them.
Okay.
Like I said, I'll leave that up. Again, tomorrow I have more clarity on it, but I'll post it in there to y'all, so y'all can let me know which one probably seem more better. If we do like a Sunday future scenario, or we just do a Saturday session, get it out of the way so people can go enjoy their weekend, whatever. Either way.
Gotcha.
All right. Try to make up for some days. All right, so that's it, guys. See y'all on the next one, guys. Peace, Power, Profit, Shem Hotep, right? Ashe, Umbantu, all that. Abiba for Hodi, the whole nine. Salutations, right? All right, so you guys take care of each other and stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll be back at this thing, ripping and rapping tomorrow. Hope we all walk away with a bag tomorrow. That's the whole goal. If you are trading it, always be cautious, be careful, trade safe, choose well, and stay green. All right, so I'll see you on the next one, guys. Peace, everybody.
All right, peace, families.
Peace, family.
Peace.
All right, good night, everybody. Peace.
Thank you.